Muy buenos días, señoras y señores.
Very good morning,
Estimada
ladies
audiencia de la
and
Junta Interamericana
gentlemen,
de Defensa.
my dear
Permítame
audience
presentarme.
of the
Soy
IADB.
el coronel del
Let me
Ejército del
introduce
Perú,
myself. I
Luis
am a
Alberto Vivanco
colonel
Palomino,
from the
asesor de
Army
la
of Peru,
sección de
Luis
seguridad
Miranda
terrestre de la
Palomino.
Junta
I'm an
Interamericana de
advisor
Defensa,
for
con sede en la ciudad
land
de Washington, D.C.
security for the IADB
Agradeciendo a Dios por
in
esta
Washington,
oportunidad,
D.C.
tengo
I
el
thank
honor de
God
iniciar la
for this
transmisión
opportunity.
y
I have the
presentarles el
honor of
Seminario
starting
Internacional
the
denominado
transmission
Capacidad
and
de los
to
Estados
present to
para la
you the
cooperación
capability of the
frente
states
al
for the
tráfico ilícito de armas y
cooperation
municiones en
in
el
light
hemisferio.
of illicit arms
Asimismo,
trafficking and
me complace
ammunition
informar
in the
y contar con
hemisphere.
el interés y participación de más
I
de
have the
22.000
interest and the
inscritos
participation
procedentes
of over
de diversos países del
22,000
hemisferio y de otras regiones del mundo,
participants
lo que
from the
refleja
hemisphere and
la
other regions
relevancia
of the
y
world.
vigencia
This
de
is
la temática
reflecting the
que hoy nos convoca.
relevance and how current this
En
topic is
efecto,
for us.
el tráfico ilícito de armas y municiones reviste especial
Illicit
importancia para la seguridad
arms and
regional,
ammunition
toda
traffic
vez que constituye una de las
is a
principales
topic
amenazas para
for
los
the
estados de
hemisphere
nuestro
because
hemisferio.
it is a threat
Su
for
estrecha
the
relación
states
con el
of
crimen
our
organizado
hemisphere.
transnacional
How
y
closely
otras
is
actividades
related
ilícitas
to
afectan la estabilidad, la
transnational organized
gobernabilidad y
crime,
el desarrollo
affect the
de nuestras
stability,
sociedades,
governability, and the
configurando
development
un
of our
desafío que
societies.
trasciende
This is a
fronteras
challenge
y
that goes
demanda
beyond
esfuerzos
borders and
coordinados entre los
demands
estados.
coordinated efforts
Frente a esta
among the states.
problemática,
In
la
light of this
Organización de los
problem,
Estados Americanos
the
impulsa diversos
OAS, it is
mecanismos de
promoting
cooperación
different mechanisms for
orientados al
cooperation
fortalecimiento de las
towards the
capacidades de los
strengthening
Estados
of
miembros
capabilities of the member
para
states
prevenir y
to be able
enfrentar
to
este fenómeno.
prevent and to
En
face
ese marco,
this
la Junta Interamericana de Defensa
phenomena. Within
contribuye
that
mediante
framework, the IADB
actividades
is contributing with
de asesoramiento
activities
especializado,
of specialized
capacitación e
advice,
intercambio de experiencias en materias
training, and
vinculadas a la
exchange of
defensa
experiences on
y la
matters
seguridad
related to
hemisférica.
defense and
Durante la
hemispheric
presente
security.
jornada
During this
contaremos con
event,
8
we are
bloques de
going to have
ponencias a
8
cargo de
blocks of different
especialistas y
speakers from
representantes de
specialists
organismos e
and
instituciones
representatives of different
internacionales,
institutions
quienes
from
compartirán sus
around the world, and they're
perspectivas,
going to
experiencias
be
y
sharing their
buenas prácticas
perspectives,
relacionadas con la temática del
experiences,
seminario.
and good practices related
Para
to the
brindar
topic
las
of the
palabras de
seminar.
bienvenida e
To
inauguración
provide welcoming
del
remarks
presente
and
evento,
opening remarks
tengo el
of this
honor de
event,
presentar al
I
señor
am
general
honored
de
to
división del
present
Ejército de Brasil,
the general
Reinaldo
from the
Salgado Beato,
Army of
director
Brazil,
general
Reinaldo
de la
Salgado Beato,
Secretaría de la
who is
Junta
the General
Interamericana de
Director
Defensa.
of the
Mi
Secretary
general,
of
tiene
the
usted el uso de la
IADB.
palabra.
Dear General, you have the
Distintos
floor.
representantes dos Estados-membros e observadores, especialistas, convidados, senhoras e senhores, muito bom dia. Como diretor-geral da Secretaria da Junta Interamericana de Defesa, é uma honra dar-lhes as mais cordiais boas-vindas ao Seminário de Controle de Armas 2026, intitulado Capacidade dos Estados para a Cooperação frente ao Tráfico Ilícito de Armas e Munições no Hemisfério. Este encontro reafirma nossa convicção de a
This
cooperação
meeting
constitui
is
dos pilares
reaffirming the
fundamentais
conviction of
para enfrentar
cooperation,
os desafios
which is
que
one of
afetam
the
a
key
segurança de
pillars
nossas
for
nações.
facing the
contexto
challenges
em
that
que
are
as
affecting
ameaças evoluem
security, in a
constantemente,
context
o tráfico
as
ilícito de
the
armas e
threats
munições
that are
continua
constantly
representando fenômeno complexo e
with
transnacional,
regards to arms
estreitamente
and
vinculado a
ammunition
diversas
trafficking.
formas de
They are
criminalidade
closely related to
organizada
different
e
ways
violência.
of crime
A dinâmica
and
dessas
violence.
ameaças exige respostas
The dynamic of
integrais,
this threat is
sustentadas
demanding
e coordenadas entre os
comprehensive,
estados.
sustained,
Nenhum
and
país
coordinated
pode enfrentar
responses among the
isoladamente
states.
os
No
riscos
country
associados
needs to
ao
face this in
desvio,
an
à
isolated
circulação
manner.
e ao uso indevido de armas, munições
The
e outros
circulation
materiais
and the
conexos.
trafficking of
Por
arms
isso,
and ammunition
torna-se
and other
indispensável
related
fortalecer a
materials.
confiança
That is
mútua,
why
promover o intercâmbio de informações e
we
consolidar
need to
mecanismos
have
de
a
cooperação
promotion of
que
exchange of
permitam
information
respostas mais eficazes e
that will allow us
oportunas.
to have
Ao
more
longo dessa
effective
jornada,
and timely
teremos a
responses.
oportunidade de analisar
Throughout
diferentes
this
dimensões
event, I have the
dessa
opportunity of
problemática,
analyzing
sob perspectivas institucionais,
institutional
jurídicas,
perspectives,
operacionais
legal
e técnicas,
perspectives,
graças
technical
à
and operative
participação de organismos
perspectives, thanks to
internacionais
the
e
participation of
instituições
international organizations,
especializadas
specialized
especialistas
institutions,
de
and
reconhecida trajetória.
experts of
Nesse sentido,
known
agradecemos a
trajectory. I would
participação
like to
da
thank
Escola
your
Superior de Guerra do Exército do
participation
Peru responsável
to
pela
the
moderação
Superior
acadêmica do
School
seminário,
of Peru,
do
who is
Departamento de
going to
Segurança
be
Pública, da
moderating
Organização dos
this
Estados
seminar,
Americanos, do
to the
Centro
Department of
Regional das
Public
Nações Unidas
Security of
para
the
a Paz,
OAS,
o Desarmamento e o Desenvolvimento na América Latina e no Caribe, e do Programa de Gestão de Munições e Explosivos do Centro Internacional de Desminagem Humanitária de Genebra, cujas experiências contribuirão significativamente para a
whose
análise
contributions
dessa
are going
importância
to be
temática. Da
important
mesma
for
forma,
the analysis of
destacamos a
this
participação de
topic.
especialistas do
We would
Brasil,
also like
da
to
Colômbia,
highlight the
da
participation
Espanha,
of
de
specialists from
Honduras e do Peru,
Brazil,
que
Colombia,
compartilharão
España, and
experiências, boas
Honduras and Peru.
práticas
They're
e
going to
enfoques
share their
voltados ao
experiences and
fortalecimento da
practices to
cooperação
be able to
internacional,
develop
a
and
prevenção
strengthen
de atividades
international
ilícitas
cooperation for the
e ao
prevention of illicit
desenvolvimento de
activities
capacidades
and
institucionais
for
para
the
enfrentar
development
essa
of
ameaça comum
institutional
que
capabilities to be
transcende
able to
fronteiras.
face
A
this common
relevância
threat
e a
that goes beyond
complexidade dos
borders.
temas que serão abordados nesse seminário
The relevant
evidenciam a importância de manter
topics
e aprimorar os mecanismos de
are
diálogo
showing
e
the
cooperação
importance
entre
to
os
put in
Estados
place
e
the
as
mechanisms
instituições
for
especializadas.
coordination and
Com
dialogue
esse
among
propósito,
states and
a Junta
specialized
Interamericana de
institutions.
Defesa promove este
So with
evento
this purpose,
como espaço de reflexão e intercâmbio,
we promote
reunindo
the event
especialistas
with the
e
basis of
representantes dos
reflection
Estados-membros para
with
compartilhar
the specialists and
experiências,
representatives of the member
conhecimentos
states to
e
be able
boas
to share their
práticas em
experiences
áreas de interesse comum.
and the good
Estou
practices
convicto que os
in
debates e
common interest
apresentações de
areas.
hoje
I am convinced,
enriquecerão nossa compreensão
and I do
sobre os
coincide
desafios em
that
questão,
these debates are
ao
going to
mesmo
be an
tempo que
enriching
contribuirão para o desenvolvimento de soluções
experience
conjuntas
of the
e para o
topics to be
fortalecimento
discussed,
da
and they will
capacidade dos países do
contribute to
hemisfério de
discuss
atuar de forma coordenada
the topics
diante dessas
jointly and
ameaças.
to act
Dessa
in a
forma,
coordinated
declaro
approach
inaugurado
in light of the
Seminário de Controle
threats.
de Armas de
And
2026
with this,
da Junta
I
Interamericana de
open
Defesa.
this event
Desejo a todos uma
for
jornada
2026
produtiva e
for the
enriquecedora.
IADB.
Muito
I
obrigado.
hope everyone has a fruitful
Muchas gracias, mi
and
general,
enriching
por sus
experience.
palabras de inauguración. A continuación,
Next
para
on,
conducir el desarrollo académico
to
del presente seminario,
have
tengo
the
el honor de
academic
presentar
development, I
al
have
señor
the
general
honor
de
of
brigada del
presenting
Ejército del Perú, en
General,
situación militar de retiro, Aldo Domínguez
the
Peralta,
retired
quien
general from Peru,
actualmente es docente
Aldo
principal de la
Domínguez
Escuela
Peralta,
Superior de Guerra
who
del Ejército
is
del Perú
one of the
y
main
especialista
professors
en
in
gestión
Peru and
logística,
is a
identificación
specialist
de
on
armas
logistics
convencionales,
management and
municiones y
identification
explosivos.
of conventional
Es experto validado en
arms,
las
ammunition,
directrices
and
técnicas
explosives.
internacionales
He's
sobre
an expert
municiones,
on the
IATG,
guidelines about
por la Escuela
ammunition,
Logística de las Fuerzas Armadas de
IATG,
Austria y
and
miembro
he
del
has been
roster
accredited
de
by
expertos del
the
programa
Army of
ANSWER de
Austria,
las Naciones
and he is
Unidas.
part of the roster
Cuenta con
of
estudios
I
especializados
answer
de la
of the
Harvard
United
Kennedy School
Nations. He has
y con
the
maestrías en gestión
specialized
pública,
studies from Harvard
administración de negocios y ciencias
management
militares.
schools, and
A lo
he
largo
has
de su
also
trayectoria profesional ha
business
desempeñado
management
importantes
and
cargos de
army
responsabilidad en materia de
training.
armamento,
He
cooperación
has been
internacional y destrucción de armas y
he
municiones,
has expertise on
siendo además
arms,
expositor
weapons,
nacional e
ammunition,
internacional en
and he
temas
is
de
also
seguridad y control de armamento.
an
Mi
international
general
speaker
Domínguez,
on
le
the
damos la más
control of
cordial
arms.
bienvenida y dejo
My
bajo su
General
conducción
Dominguez, I give
el
you
desarrollo
the
del presente
warmest welcome,
seminario junto con
and
nuestros
you may
distinguidos
take the
ponentes
floor
y la
together
importante
with
audiencia
our
que hoy nos acompaña.
distinguished speakers and the audience who are joining us today.
Muy buenos días con todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Es un gusto saludarnos y
It
agradecer
is a pleasure
al
to
liderazgo
greet
de la
you,
Junta
and I would
Interamericana de
like
Defensa
to thank the
por ser parte de
IADB
el día
for
de hoy
being part,
del desarrollo de este importante
for
seminario.
inviting me to be part
Antes de iniciar
to the
el ciclo de
development
ponencias,
of
se
this
informa a la amable
seminar.
audiencia que las
Before we
preguntas
start,
podrán ser formuladas a través del chat
the
de los canales de YouTube.
questions can
Las
be
interrogantes serán
made
recopiladas
through the chat
por el equipo de
and
apoyo
on the
técnico y
YouTube
remitidas
channel.
oportunamente a
And the
esta
questions are
moderación
going
para
to
ser
be
planteadas a cada uno de los expositores.
conveyed to me
Las
and
preguntas que
to
no
the
puedan ser
other
absueltas por
speakers.
la
The
brevedad del
questions
tiempo
that
serán
are not
enviadas
going to be addressed
posteriormente
because
al
of time
ponente
are
y que
going
se
to be
contestarán y
sent
se
to the
enviará al
speakers so
correo
that they can
electrónico
be
del
answered and
participante.
sent to the email
Asimismo, se
of the
comunica a la amable
participant who asked the
audiencia
questions.
que
And
toda
also, I would like to tell the
información,
audience that the
opiniones y
data,
comentarios emitidos o
information,
expresados por todos los
opinions, and
ponentes
comments
son de
expressed by
exclusiva
all the
responsabilidad
speakers
y no
are the
representan
solely
necesariamente la posición
responsibility of them
oficial de la
and do
Junta
not
Interamericana de
represent
Defensa.
the official
Al desear
position of the
presentar a los
IADB.
ponentes, damos inicio al ciclo de exposiciones de
After
este
having
seminario,
said
el cual
all of the above, let's start with the seminar that is going to be of an enriching experience today. The first speaker is going to be Carlos José Orozco Somoza, who is the regional coordinator of the PACAM from the Department of Public Security of the OAS. And he has a 28 years experience in the OAS, highlighting the development and design of projects related to public safety, the control of arms, and since 2010, he has been guiding projects against the proliferation of weapons and also the trafficking of arms and ammunition in Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Orozco is going to be presenting the OAS and how to face the high illicit traffic of arms and ammunition. Thank you very much, General Dominguez. I'm going to share my screen to be able to start with the presentation. Can you hear me and can you see me?
Si se ve, licenciado Orozco, se ve muy bien y se le escucha muy bien. Puede continuar.
Gracias. Muy buenos días.
Thank you very much. Good morning, General Salgado, who's the General Director of the IADB, members of the Inter-American Defense College, dear participants. I would like to start by thanking the IADB to be invited to this seminar as a regional coordinator from the Department of Public Security from the OAS. It is great for me to be able to participate in this seminar and to be able to share some of the reflections of the challenges presented because of illicit arms and ammunition flows and how we from the OAS assist member states to answer these challenges. During these 30 minutes, I'm going to be referring to the current context of the region with regards to illicit trafficking of firearms, some tools that are available for the member states, especially from the Inter-American system, and I would like to provide some overall conclusions. So let's start addressing or going over the context of the region that most definitely I think it is important because it is based on this evidence that we are going to be able to provide much more appropriate responses to the requirements or to the challenges or the threats that we have in front of us. The region is facing a complex context with regards to the management of firearms, the strengthening of gangs, transnational criminal activity, and vulnerabilities at ports, borders, and international routes. They continue to facilitate illicit traffic of ammunition, arms, and explosives at a national and international level. Under this scenario, we have transnational trafficking related to drug trafficking, smuggling, and human trafficking. Also, and the small trafficking that they do through courier systems and illicit trafficking through the use of intermediaries. Likewise, the region is not strange to these arms being robbed, and also risk of filtration and complicity of those institutions that are in charge of security and control. These illicit flows are not only strengthening and financing criminal structures, they are also increasing sustainably the demand of weapons, perpetuating cycles of violence and insecurity. Another challenge is how exhausted the armed forces are, and also the lack of technological tools to be able to address the issue. And also we have large borders of hard access and with limited capabilities for permanent oversight. So it is not strange to see that the Americas have the highest rate of homicides around the world. They are related to firearms, and 67% of the homicides are involved, have firearms involved, and almost double of the global average. Added to this context, we have gaps in matters of control of firearms. For example, in the law, we find national laws that need to be updated, standards that are not consistent in light of the new threats that are emerging. The ammunition and explosives are two great areas that are presenting particular challenges: limited management in the tracking of ammunition, the strengthening of motor controls for management of inventory, exchange of information about loss, theft, or any other matter related to it are non-existent. And we also need to strengthen the capabilities at the national level, as we heard in the opening remarks today, in the application of good practices and using the available tools. And therefore, I think that it's worth going over some of the tools that we have at the Inter-American system. On the tools and the resources that we have available, we are able to mention CIFTA, and I'm going to explain them further on, each or those that are the most relevant. CIFTA, which is the Inter-American Convention Against Illicit Trafficking of Firearms and Ammunition and other related weapons, and it has been ratified for 31 countries of the Americas. Also, the tools to promote CIFTA that we have at the regional level. We also have some tools such as laws, guidelines, and standards that have been developed around this framework. Hemispheric study on the traffic of arms. This is another practical tool that is worth mentioning. The program for assistance of ammunition and arms from the OAS that is focusing exactly on this topic and assisting the member states to be able to develop capacity in this area, and some regional cooperation mechanisms that we are going to go over in a while. Likewise, from the OAS, we have some mechanisms for interinstitutional cooperation, and I would like to highlight the regional communication mechanism on illicit transfer of firearms and the strengthening of controls on international transfer, and the roadmaps at the sub-regional level. And I'm going to tell you about the most relevant pertaining to these tools. CIFTA, that I mentioned at the beginning, is a legal binding document that was signed in 1997. It was the first treaty to be able to address arms trafficking in the Americas, and it was practically the first treaty at the regional and global level that was addressing this particular topic before other international instruments that the countries have adopted. Additionally, one of the important aspects of the CIFTA is that it not only includes firearms, it also includes ammunition, explosives, and other related materials. So it has been ratified by 31 member states of the organization. This is another important aspect to highlight, and is one of the instruments with the greater number of member states at the Inter-American level. As I said, it is the main framework to address the topic of trafficking of firearms or arms. And what is it about? For those who are not aware about CIFTA, we can highlight some of the elements of the main obligations that the states need to take on to be part of this typification of the crimes related to arms trafficking, explosives and ammunition, and other related elements. Another aspect is the life cycle of arms and ammunition, obligations related to border control. They provide obligations on this regard, cooperation and exchange of information, reports. Some of these are some of the provisions that are included at the CIFTA. And the member states are obliged to abide by this convention. So I would like to go over in the details, but because of time, I cannot. In life cycle, they need to do some tracking, transfer, importation, transfer to civil parties, especially those arms that are restricted, just to quote some examples. But these are the general provision categories that we can find at CIFTA.
Additionally to this, we have another tool, which is the hemispheric study on illegal trafficking of firearms and ammo, a study that has been financed by the government of Mexico specifically. And as I said in the beginning, the study basically consists on collecting evidence so the states can take better decisions, better in decisions and information related to reducing the threats that give illegal firearms trafficking and ammo, and to give recommendations that can be transformed in specific actions for each one of the states in this matter. So this is another tool that is worth talking about. Additionally to this, we have the sub-regional route map, which are basically government strategies, dynamic and participative, that guide different actions among different stakeholders, the donors and civil society and international organizations. It gives concrete objectives, it gives a compliance calendar, and also it's a very good framework for international cooperation. With this, we have different roadmaps. The Caribbean one, which the OAS, it's an implementator partner for this. And also we have the one in Central America and the Dominican Republic that I will talk about later on as to why this was mandated by the General Assembly, and the OAS is the one that guards this roadmap, and also it is coordinated by our partner and the General Secretariat of SICA, the implementation of this roadmap. Additionally to this, the Permanent Council of the OAS mandated the development or the elaboration of the Andina roadmap, which is developed by UNDP and the General Secretariat of these countries to be implemented, these action plans and all of these things that we are talking about. I think it's good mentioning and to talk a little bit about the roadmap of Central America and the Dominican Republic, which was adopted February last year by the countries of the Central American region, including Belize, Panama, and the Dominican Republic. This has 4 axes that the purpose is to give specific actions in relation to arms control and elements that are substantial here. It has an axe that has to do with regulations, also prevention and violence, which in this sense, this axe is it's an innovator one in the Central American and the Dominican Republic roadmap. There's another act regarding to the life cycle of ammo, firearms, and accessories, and the other one related to the investigation and prosecution, criminal prosecution of it. As I said before, the OAS are the ones that guard this. Zika leads this, and the European Union has been the main donor for the adoption of the latter. 7 parties with a framework of 10 years, a specific calendar with indicators to give a better follow-up to the levels of implementations and advances or that has been given throughout the time. Another tool that the OAS has, and it's at the disposition of the member states, is the assistance program for arms and ammo control for the from the Public Security Department. And as I said before, the introduction of this segment seeks to build capacities of member states to approach illegal trafficking of firearms and to implement the obligations that the states has, or assist the states on the implementation of these obligations under the framework or that have been committed with the Inter-American Department for the fight on this illegal trafficking. The program has different axes of action. The issue on the strengthening of regulations that has assisted 8 countries in reviewing and to give recommendations to their national legislations that study the topic on firearms, ammo, and explosives. Additionally to this, we have the communications, regional communications mechanisms on ammo and firearms, which is a digital platform, a specific ones under the disposition of the states to exchange information on firearms. At the same time, the program approaches in a specific way, attending the requirements of the state support on matters of security and essential of firearms and ammo. And this support gives improvements to deposits, training for staff, and software specifically to control inventories on firearms and ammo that institutions have under their control. We have given assistance to 723 officers from 14 countries, 3 workshops, regional ones, 15 warehouses on firearms, ammo at the regional level that are improved above the standards that are complied in these matters. And additionally to this, we have given software for having control for different institutions, 11 ones in the different countries in the Americas that have required them. Another component is the registration and marking on firearms. From this point of view, the program gives support in training, assistance, equipment. In the next few days, we will be having a donation as a program on firearms marking in Barbados. Then we will give them training. Recently, we did this with Belize. And there's a dynamic and intense one and training that has to do with marking and registration to assist the different states in the implementation of the obligations that they have regarding SIFTA. At the same time, one of the important components that the program has is the destruction of firearms and ammo. We give training, process of destructions with good practices, has to do with all of these topics. We give technical assistance, material and logistics to member states so that they can make their processes on firearms destruction and ammo explosives in a safe manner. According to the standards, we give them material, logistics, assistance, and we certify that the process that the countries are executing will be implemented according to international standards. We have trained in this area almost 800 officers from 9 countries in the region. We are always going back to these countries in the region that want support from us. In the last 3 years, we have supported the destructions of more than 100 firearms that were seized or have been designed for their destruction, and more than 400,000 ammo from different gauges, from more than 235 tons in this last 3 years. Since the program started, I think that we reached 1 million tons. We started in 2016, but in the last 3 years, this is the information that we are presenting. Another component that are added to become are some trainings and assistances in voluntary deliver firearms. We train national people and when they want to volunteer to give their firearms, and we support the creation of protocols on these matters. And up to date, the program in these last 3 years has given training to more than 488 officers from 7 different countries in the region. And together with the Inter-American Defense Board, we have developed a training course with a convention that we have with the Ministry of the Defense Ministry of Spain. We have trained more than 85 officers from 15 countries at the EOD3 level, which is a very good certification with that has a 2-month course in Hoyo de Manzanares in Spain, and different countries participate in this training course. And this activity is celebrated every year, and we work together with the Inter-American Defense Board. Also, we have different initiatives, additional ones, that have been added to PACAM. The strengthening on capacities to trace firearms. We have an association with Interpol, and we give training and technical assistance. Last week, we had the opportunity to give training in tracing to different authorities in Honduras. People from the Directorate of the Criminal Police participated in Honduras, from Sedena, and we continue working on this. We have a next one for Peru in the next few weeks, if I'm not mistaken, for June 11th. These are activities that are being carried out constantly. Also, the program has a component on reducing factors associated to the violence at the community level. This is through a program that has been developed in different countries, in 2 countries, Honduras and Peru, taking care of those requirements. So considering that I don't have much time, I think General Dominguez will tell me that I have 4 more minutes. And to give some conclusions and then to open a space for questions and comments. I think it is important to handle this, and we can say that we have a regional context, a complex one, and we need to add some of the challenges and gaps. And member states also have available tools that help us to take care of those priorities to strengthen the systems on firearms control, ammo, and explosives, and to assist the officers in charge of law enforcement to prevent, investigate, and solve crimes related to firearms. So from that point of view, it is important to update laws on firearms and explosives, to invert to invest in infrastructure systems to trace and have different types of surveillance, to have different firearms, online sales, 3D printing, and also we heard this from General Salgado in its opening remarks, the active participation and cooperation mechanisms. We have mechanisms as SIFTA for this matter. So active participation in mechanisms of SIFTA, roadmaps, platforms on information to exchange information are some things that member states can take advantage of to face these challenges that have been imposed by the firearms flows. So General Dominguez, this is it for me because I know that I have exhausted my 30 minutes and I am at your service in case you have any questions, comments, or in case you want me to talk a little bit more about the topic that I just presented. Thank you very much, General. Thank you, Mr. Orozco. Actually, it's an honor to have you here in these types of conferences, telling us about all the mechanisms that we have and the efforts that you're doing from the OAS, which those efforts are great for the different flows that we have of farmers in the region. We can take some questions from the audience. I will read the first one, Mr. Orozco. We have a question from Uruguay, the delegate from the United Nations. He asks, you talked about the importance of regional roadmaps from the OAS experience. What are the concrete benefits that you have seen when several states work together with the different cooperation mechanisms? Is there good practice? Yes, definitely we have seen that. We have seen that with the roadmap in the Caribbean, which is a very important element, an important tool. Like I said, the OAS, it's an implementing partner from the Caribbean roadmap, and that with the Central American and the Dominican Republic roadmap as well. The fact of being able to exchange more information to establish indicators at a regional level and to have monitoring mechanisms and any other way incentivates and promote the development of specific actions in each one of the member states that this is implemented. The states not only have the opportunity to establish indicators, plans, specific ones related to the particular situation that they are facing in their own countries on firearms, ammo, and explosives trafficking, but also at a regional level. And this allows us to have a greater cooperation, not only between the countries that are participating, but coordinating in a much better way the assistance that comes from international cooperation. So, for example, for us as implementing partners in this roadmap, it is much easier once we have those indicators already established to have the implementation of these activities that we assist in this matter. This is a concrete example. For example, maybe a month, half, 2 months ago, we supported Belize in this roadmap that they have for Central America and the Dominican Republic in a process of destroying ammo, more than 20 tons of ammo that they have specifically. The requirement that Belize made was done with the roadmap that we have in the region, and which the OAS is but yes, if this is what I have, but if you want me to talk about more about this more, I can do so. Thank you so much. This is for the states to do this in a cross-cutting way and be able to reduce these risks that we have with legal firearms trafficking and ammo as well. We have another question from Colombia. The question mentions in their presentation, you talked about the illegal trafficking on firearms and ammo. What are the good practices that you can think can be approached by the actions of the OAS in the region to strengthen the control and follow-up of ammo in the region? I think that there are several aspects that we can talk about. The exchange of information is one of them, but as you know, General Dominguez, and better than me, from that point of view, we say that it is adopted the instrument on the regional framework, and then we have several aspects that the states can adopt as good practices. In among those, tracing, marking, these are elements that the region is behind, are areas that need to be improved. But this is the phrase that I want to use. We can improve these areas specifically, at the same time control of inventories, the specialization and surveilling ammo as well, for not to have the in ammo that we have. For example, we see that there is ammo that are obsolete, expired, and they need to be destroyed in a safe manner. These are elements that need to be considered in this sense. But this is just to mention some of them. But the best reference can be given from the global framework on ammo, where they pick several aspects that the states need to implement or strengthen.
Thank you. This mechanism and the roadmap are giving us the route to address at the level of the state. And we have one last question from Chile. Considering the activities carried out by the PACAM program, what experience or successful activity would you like to share with other states in the hemisphere in light of illicit armed trafficking? I think I tried to address it during my presentation, the use of the existing mechanisms. If these tools are not part of the subregional roadmap, the roadmap was already mandated by the Permanent Council, and it is important from this point of view to have more mechanisms or to strengthen mechanisms on matters of equipment. I had the opportunity of visiting some countries of the region and to get different levels of intensity, the approach that they have on border patrol, that is important, with much more modern equipment. This is another thing that should be considered for the topic of trafficking. And the communication across borders is important, to have national liaisons or points of contact to whom the states can identify and communicate clearly. General Salgado talked about exchange of information, and I think that is key. I think that would be one of the best practices that I recommend, because of the results that you get are going to be better. Yes, I think you're touching upon an important topic that each of the countries have to conduct, to share information that will allow to create that level of trust. You just mentioned that this is key. That communication in real time, mechanisms that use information, software, technical assistance, training, all of those good practices that we can share among all the members of the regional or all the countries are going to be able to tackle this threat.
a nombre de la Unidad de Defensa, me queda agradecerle.
So on behalf of the IADB, I would like to thank you. It is always an honor to hear your broad experience, and I think that the OAS, through our different directions, are working on improving matters of security in our country. And we are always here. We are going to share contact so that the countries can access the mechanisms and communication of all the good things that the OAS system can provide. Again, thank you very much, and we will be in touch. Thank you very much, General Aldo Dominguez. It's always a pleasure to work with you. Okay, following with our conference, next on we have the second presentation in charge of Lieutenant Colonel from the Kingdom of Spain, Carlos Dominguez Torres Fontes, who's a professor at the Nebrija University and the Complutense University in Madrid. He has a broad professional experience on matters of administrative and legal aspects of defense. He is in the delegation at the Ministry of Defense in Spain with regards to arms and ammunition. He has been part of the Civil Guard and other institutions of defense. He's also a specialist on administrative rights in matters of defense and security. He's going to be presenting international cooperation, ecosystems for control of arms in Spain and the European Union with regards to illicit arms trafficking. Good morning, good afternoon. I am going to start sharing my presentation, and can you please confirm that you're able to see it?
Sí, se aprecia la exposición y también se le
Yes,
escucha muy
we
bien.
can see your
Puede usted continuar.
presentation and we can hear you very well. You may continue. Thank you very much. Again, good afternoon from Spain, and I'm going to start with my presentation. I would like to express my appreciation to General Dominguez and the IATB. I would also like to thank Colonel Ivan for his patient availability and the excellent work in putting together this training session. And I would also like to thank the Ministry of Defense in Spain and also my division for authorizing my participation at this seminar. And lastly, the BRIJA organization, where I work on international law, humanitarian law, and to be able to propose my participation before the IADB. I am deeply honored and also a little bit overwhelmed about the level of expertise of the speakers of this seminar. I'm going to be able to share my experience in Spain and with the hope to be able to contribute to the debate and to provide useful conclusions to this relevant topic, which is the illicit trafficking of arms and ammunition. I'm going to center around the experience on the European framework. I'm not going to give you an overall presentation about illicit trafficking of arms because somebody else will explain it in further detail. I would like to tell you how we, within a regional system, which is the European Union, manage the trafficking of arms, ammunition, technologies that deviate to illicit circles. So in this matter, control cannot be limited to go after the arms when it's in the hands of criminals. Yes, it is when the time comes, we need to act, but we also need to prevent. How is it that we control the manufacture, export, import, transit, and the trading and storage of arms and ammunition. How do you control the whole life cycle of the illicit trafficking of arms and ammunition? That is why we need to put them in place and to prevent this. Many of the arms that end up in illegal markets were not originated in illegal centers. They were exported legally, and then you lost sight of them. So we're going to be able to combat this with control, traceability, legality, and conversation. Illicit arms trafficking and ammunition is not only a police matter. There are criminal investigations, the oversight of routes, inspection at airports and ports, and procedures that have to do with the police. But if we reduce it only to it, we are losing one important part of this. Illicit arms trafficking is a testing of the capability of the state. It is not only that they're going to forfeit the arms once they have entered, it is going to provide for anticipation, and we need to have a clear laws and standards, but also those who are going to enforce it. We need to have a border control operation among different ministries, the exchange of information with other states, and the capability of acting. So illicit arms trafficking is not only when you see it being used at a crime scene. It is going to happen when a certificate is not verified, when a transit route is not being patrolled, or when something else goes awry. Before the transfer, we need to be prepared during the transfer to be able to agree that what is being moved is according to what is authorized, and to avoid non-authorized export, deviation, or theft of the arms. This is going to be key for each model at regional level. If we don't have points of revision and to be able to do the tracking of an arm, then the internal system will go awry. That is why an effective system is not going to start when you have an illicit arm in front of you. It starts before, when you put together the law, the administrative provisions to be able to avoid this traffic. When we talk about this topic, we are not talking only about another illegal market. This is an event that is doubling a criminal activity and armed actors that are not part of the state. In the center of the issue are small weapons and ammunition. They are easy to transport and to store and to transfer. And they may go from one criminal group to another, from one conflict to another. And this permanent of this arm is expressing how hazardous and dangerous this is. It could have been imported legitimately, but then appear in an illicit state. And we need to have the controls in place. Illicit arms are not only violent instruments, they are allowed for the control of territories, for the intimidation, for the harassment, and for co-opting different groups and even the state. Ammunition demands a special attention. Sometimes it is the arms that are at the key of our aspects, but ammunition is going to be widely used. And the continuous flow of ammunition can have a criminal network in place, even though they don't have available arms. That is why we need to talk about arms and ammunition. Ammunition is a critical driver of this issue. And so illicit arms trafficking is a criminal matter at the national and international level when they are sustaining criminal activities or terrorism, this is not only a matter of trade. This is a risk for institutional stability of the state and for the security at the regional level. One of the key ideas is that not all illicit arms trafficking is going to be in a clandestine circuit. Of course, there are transformed arms, reactivated arms, and those that are clandestine use. But there's a relevant part of the issue is when something that was in the legal circuit, it went into the illegal circuit. This step is what we call the deviation. And if you lose tracking of the manufacturing or the essential components, it could happen during the trading. If we have fake documents, shell companies purchasing it, and this demands complex approaches from different states. And we need to be able to see how we are going to have the control, to be able to have the tracking along the whole life cycle, to avoid conflict or any other situation. This reality is going to give us a different approach to this phenomena. We need to avoid contamination of the legal trading of arms. So the administrative police that we call here in Spain, the state needs to be able to assess who's going to be the user and how we are going to be able to procure these weapons, where the arms are going to go, and what are the guarantees of non-export. And third, traceability. Traceability means that we need to be able to go back and to see where the arm was manufactured, the series number, the license, the importer, the exporter, the final user. Without traceability, the state is not going to be able to provide authorization or the real control. And with real control, the legal circuit could be the main way of entering illicit arm trafficking. The European approach is based on prevention and a risk approach. The European Union is not going to have something that is automatically prohibited. What we're trying to do is that the sensitive operations are going to be assessed before, according to common criteria, shared responsibility, and traceability. So after the Cold War, we saw that it was not enough to have national controls. In 1998, the European Union passed the Code for the Trading of Arms and introduced a logic that was going to be decisive. The European states needed to see the import and export of arms according to certain criteria. This approach consolidated with a common guideline that is regulating the export of technology and arms. The importance is not only to provide the standards, but it's also making us look at the operation from a broad perspective with international commitments, human rights, international law, the regional stability, the situation of the country where it's being exported to, and the risk of this becoming deviated. So this is not only a trade operation, it's going to be approached with a risk-based solution. And we also need to look at the components, sensors, drones, software, surveillance systems, and transfer without knowledge need to be paid attention to. That is why at the European Union, according to our guidelines, we need to make them relevant because it allows us to look at the products and technologies that are for civil use, but also for military use. And finally, we have a specific regime for firearms and ammunition that is linked to the protocol of the United Nations with regards to firearms. So the European Union is going to provide for the authorization of all of these And we have updated laws to be able to provide greater traceability, connection, and control of arms. So the conclusion is simple. Right is not going to substitute control. It's going to provide who is going to decide what are the criteria and which are the responsibilities. The European framework of control can be explained on three great areas, but we need to understand that in practice, these are interconnected. The first is defense material, and we have arms, ammunition, vehicles, software, technology, and other products that have to do with defense. The main reference is the guideline that was passed in 2008. And one matter of foreign security could put at risk everyone. The second area is products and technologies of double use. This is maybe the most complex one. One same product can be for civil use. It could be fully legitimate, and it can have also a strategic military use. It could be an electronic component, a tool, a software, or a sensor. And it could be used in different ways according to the final user, and that is why the guideline from the European Union is not only going to look at physical matters, it's also going to look at technologies. And sometimes the risk is not at a container, it's on a file, a software, or any other technological assistance. The third area is firearms, pieces, and essential components and ammunitions. The guideline for the European Union is to be able to control and to enforce the protocol of the United Nations on this matter. The idea was to strengthen the controls for import and export and traceability of firearms and all of the other related components. And we are trying to provide evidence to adapt the control of firearms and ammunition in a logistic and digital framework. What is relevant is that the European Union is providing a common base, but the control continues to be at the hands of the member states, and that is the strength and also the weakness of the guideline. We have shared standards, but it is going to be dependent upon each state on how they apply it according to their laws. Going into the Spanish system, in Spain, the control of foreign control is based on different laws. The logic of the Spanish system is clear. When we're talking about sensitive material, this is not a trading operation. We are on an operation that has to do with legal authorization because it can be affecting foreign policy, the defense, and the security of Spain. And the first step is always to be able to identify the root. A wrong classification could put the whole system at risk. And a double-use technology, if it's not well recognized, it could be a crisis.
In Spain, we have defense material and double use. This is very important because control doesn't have to start with each concrete license. It has to start by verifying that the operator that wants to be part of that market has to have the proper issues. And then we have to value the destination. In the final story, the declared finality, the route, the risk of export, Margot's regional stability, human rights, or international humanitarian right, and any type of other problems. The Hindu, it's the interministerial board regulating the external commerce in matters of defense and double use. The decision is not there in an exclusive perspective. The evaluation in ministries allows them to integrate the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Security, Commerce and Economy, Industry, and other commitments or other institutions. This point, it's very important to assimilate it. Control on firearms has to have different parts of the state. If the decision is fragmented, we will lose strategic vision. If it's centralized without technical knowledge, we lag decision. And the Spanish model wants to look for that. That's why this is not only something administrative, but also legal, strategic, diplomatic, industrial, and of security. To understand how this system works, it is useful to see this as a chain. Before the transference, the state has to ask themselves what they want to transfer, who wants to transfer it, who will be delivered to, why is it going to be used, and the risks. This is classified by the material, operator, the contract, the destination, and we value the final user. We have to have this precise combination. The certification of the end user is a very important piece, but it cannot be treated as an absolute piece. It's a document, and a document can be not enough, ambiguous, fake, or formally correct, but not that reliable. The decisive thing is to integrate that in a risk evaluation, which is wider. During the transfer, the second point, the problem passes through the logistic matter. It has to coincide with the proper issues, the material, the route, the driver, the destination, and the documentation. This is some problems are not only because the license is illegal, but we see different routes, incomplete declarations, third parties that are not declared. After the transfer, it becomes the most difficult part to authorize an issue. It's very complex, but to verify years later that the material is under the control of the end user, much more difficult. Traceability is not a theoretical word; it's a real word of reconstructing the administrative life and logistics of the ammo, who made it, who sold it, who transported, where, who received it, where was it stored, and what happened after. A system of authorization but cannot reconstruct has a weakness that is very important. It could be that the procedure is there, but not to see the life cycle of the product. It's a very big problem. We need to verify during and be able to reconstruct after. Up to this point, we have talked about norms, authorizations, registries, but there are scenarios where firearms control demands an operational presence. Under the framework of common policy, the European Union developed operations how a political or legal decision can be projected in the terrain under um, satellite and intelligence matters. The first case is the Sophia operation. Sophia wasn't born as an operation on firearms trafficking. It was launched in 2015 in the Mediterranean, guided initially against illegal trafficking of migrants and human trafficking as well. It included the formation of the Coast Guard and the Libya armed forces and contributed to the execution of firearms embargo in Libya. This is something that finished in 2020. IRINI is another operation launched in 2020. It has the main objective to contribute in the application of firearms embargo in Libya. It shows how control of firearms required maritime surveillance, inspection, international cooperation, exchange of information, coordination with the military. This is very useful because it allows us to see something in a normative manner. Firearms trafficking and needs to be able to document everything. And it's not only an administrative authorization, it may require intelligence, surveillance, and operational presence. And they need the right to act with legal security and international coordination. The interest of IRINI is not to copy the European model. When illegal trafficking uses international routes and creates conflict internationally, the answer can define an intelligence combination, surveillance, diplomatic cooperation, and legal foundation. Talking about an operational manner in Spain, the WS in Spain has a very important firearms control, administrative one that the civil guard makes. This is a very important point because it shows that traceability is not only in international treaties, it also exists in the daily work of specialized units that authorize, verify, inspect the circulation of arms in the territory. In Spain, the regulation of arms, it's basic for its control. We have to add the regulation of firearms and the European framework on the acquisition and how to keep a firearm. It goes to the fabrication, circulation, commerce, acquisition, use, storage, and usage, destruction, loss, obstruction of firearms. This means it controls the daily ordinary life of the firearm inside the territory. This internal control is intense and also essential to prevent illegal firearms. Many firearms are illegal not because they have crossed a clandestine border, but because they have been stolen, they have been transformed or reactivated and have come out of a warehouse that is not that well controlled. This is fundamental for the capacity of it. And it's not only investigating crimes that have been committed, also to have reliable registries, control users, detect irregularities, and make sure that the legal firearms cannot be transformed. But a state also cooperates in a better way when they have a better internal control. If some other country asks for information of a firearm, the capacity to respond will have to do with the quality of the registration and the administrative information that is available. This is something operational that is viable. This intervention is produced in the Inter-American Defense Board has to connect with the Inter-American framework. The starting point has to be respectful and realistic. This is not the closed model that can be exported mechanically. Each region has its own geographic reality, crimes, and borders. The Inter-American Convention against the manufacturing illegal firearms, trafficking, ammo, explosives, and other material, as it's known as CIFTA. And Mr. Orozco has talked to us a little bit about that. What I want to say with CIFTA is that it doesn't limit itself to prosecute behaviors that have already happened, but to prevent, combat, and eradicate the fabrication and illegal trafficking through control on exportation, importations, transit, marking, tracing, legal assistance, international cooperation. That's why the dialogue between Europe and international countries has to not to be on something bilateral. They have to talk amongst themselves. And Europe can give methodology, risk, material, previous control, user, end user traceability, administrative coordination, borders, and transparency. Inter-American countries has to give extends borders, land and air routes, prevention of transnational countries, and links with trafficking, contraband, and violence. To wrap things up, current challenges, in spite of the development that we've had, challenges are very important. The first one, fragmentation. In Europe, we have a common foundation, but the concrete application depends on the member states. With these regional spaces, that diversity can be bigger. Illegal networks take advantage of the difference of capacity. They look for the port that is less controlled, the registry that is not that reliable. The second challenge is the control of the broker that can make an operation without touching the firearm physically. They can design routes, documentation, use companies, and hide the real destination. If the system controls only the direct importer, or the formal one can live outside the one that structures the activity. The third challenge is in importation, triangulations. illegal firearms can end up in other hands. So we need to have better clauses in the exporting documents. The fourth challenge is ammo. Ammo are circulating in big quantities. It is consumed without control of ammo. Firearms control is obsolete. The technological challenge, this is not only in the finished firearm, or also in drones, in night vision, software, communication, electronic components, 3D components, and technology. The sixth challenge is digital commerce. They can use online platform, coded communications, clandestine, to give an offer and demand of the different routes. And the last challenge, the most important, is posterior control. Initial coordination can be well designed, but if they don't verify the custody, the non-exportation, the end user, the system is incomplete. So the risk is not only in the end final weapon, but it's in the components, ammo, brokers, components, and logistics chains. To wrap things up, the Spanish experience and European experience allows to extract 5 things. The first one is illegal trafficking has to be combated from the legal circuit control. We have to control fabrication, commerce, exportation, warehouse, the end user, and the re-exportation. The second one is traceability is a state capacity, essential one. It's not only enough to know that a firearm exists. We have to reconstruct its trajectory. How was it marked? Who exported it? What authorization does it have? Where has it been? Who received it? And what happened before? The third one is the final user. The no re-exportation are critical points. Many times, risk is not only in the formal buyer, but the real destination, the third party that is not declared. The fourth one is cooperation has to be multidimensional. The police forces have to investigate. Diplomacy articulates cooperation. The armed forces can give surveillance, intelligence, or presence where it's demanded. In the industry, and private operators have to assume their own responsibilities. The fifth one is laws that are very important, are fundamental, but they need registries, inspectors, analysts, information systems, contact points, intelligence, and political will. That is why in front of illegal firearms trafficking and ammo, the real capacity of the states not is only to dispose of force, but to dispose of control. This is the message that I would like to transmit. The weapon as such, as an object, is only the part of the problem. The decisive thing is the system that it allows us to trace it, follow it, and in spite of legal transference, it can be converted into a threat. And this is it for me. Thank you for your attention, and I am at your service in case you have any type of questions or comments. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, Lieutenant Colonel Dominguez. Know your experience in international cooperation, given in Spain and the European Union to face illegal firearms trafficking and to strengthen arms control. This has been very detailed, and let's ask some questions through our YouTube channel, so you can reinforce those ideas and answer them that can be easily given here with the challenges that we have. Questions from the Superintendency of Firearms Control in Peru. And they say, you explain how control contribute to prevent illegal firearms trafficking. What are the lessons learned that we can have specifically that are useful for our countries? How can Spain adapt the experiences of the European Union to maximize firearms control in your countries or in our countries? Thank you for your question. It's very interesting. And these are part of the lessons learned and the mistakes that we have made in Spain and the security and competencies in our borders and customs. We don't have a perfect system. And what I have said in my presentation is to have a legal regime adapted to those circumstances. You need to have a will, academic will, from the criminal point of view, and not as a punishment or sanction, but as a way to deter from that. If they have a hard system, that is something to deter criminals from doing these things. And the second thing is that I have valued by the civil guard is their professionalism. The civil guard, they have a lot of competencies in security, in safety, control in the borders, and that has allowed them to demand their staff that professionalism, that specialization. It's fundamental that all law enforcement have that, not only legal, but also from the media and illegal trafficking and intelligence, etc., that they are facing every day. And to me, I think that this is some of the greatest virtues that we have for success. But I insist, we don't have a perfect system. We are still making mistakes. And in the civil guard, as they said, we have to be very aware of everything that is happening.
Muy amable. La verdad que
Thank you.
compartimos
And we share
ideas,
terminology,
temas
ideas
similares,
that can be easily
no solamente
applied
en la región.
in the
Usted mostró
region.
claramente cómo están los
You
resultados en
showed
algunos países como
how
España.
the results are being given in Spain.
Hay una pregunta que llega de las
There's a
Fuerzas
question
Armadas de
that comes from the
Guatemala
armed forces in Guatemala.
y viene a reforzar la primera pregunta.
And
La
it's
cooperación entre
strengthening the
distintas
first
instituciones
question. The
que usted
cooperation among
mencionaba es un
different
aspecto
institutions is
recurrente
mentioned as
en su
a
exposición.
recurring aspect
¿Qué
in your
mecanismos han
presentation.
demostrado ser más
What are the
efectivos
mechanisms
para
that
lograr
have
una cooperación
demonstrated to be
fluida
much more effective to be
entre
able to
autoridades
have
civiles,
a
policiales, aduaneras y militares?
fluid connection with civil institutions, armed institutions, etc.? It's a very interesting question. Spain is a broad a country. And what is it that we have had for physical control of arms is centralization. We have talked about Hindu, the interministerial board, and is made up of different experts. So we have representation of different ministries. Even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is involved, is represented. And that is why it's key to be able to centralize these abilities. So when you're going to start to enforce a legal framework and you're going to have administrative instances, you need to see who is going to be in charge, who's going to put together, and you need to have experts, because I have commented before, right now, the dimension of illicit arms trafficking is cross-cutting, multidimensional. It is other types of elements of civil use, but can be of military use. And that is why we need to have specialists. The representatives of the Ministry of Defense are experts on this technology and how they're going to be making legal use of it, licit use of it, and also for other instances. So we need to have clear competencies, centralized, and with skilled and expert people.
No, muy amable, de verdad.
Thank you very much. We have about 10 questions, but given that time is scarce, we have another question from Mexico. From your perspective on a technical and legal point of view, what are the opportunities that we could have between the Americas and Europe to be able to exchange experiences to avoid the deviation of arms into illicit markets? Well, based on my experience, I've always seen in the international environment high availability of all the international participants and stakeholders. It is true that we are always going to find hindrances along the way, sometimes from the political point of view, that make it difficult to have cooperation, but I think it is necessary, and we need to have an international organization that is going to look at this possible cooperation between Europe and the Americas. And that we can respect the decisions of this international cooperation. In Europe, we have a double provision in the common European framework, but there continues to be some sort of this own legal provisions. So each geopolitical or international framework needs to be put into the national context. But I think there's always an opportunity. Diplomacy is in order to be able to have this cooperation. And I think I have also mentioned it, that we need to have common systems from the legal or IT perspective. But I think with that, there's going to be very good availability from each of the countries. We're going to be able to have full cooperation and full success to be able to tackle this matter. I think this is the last question, and I'm available if there's anything else that was not addressed. You can send it to me by email, and I will try to answer it to the best of my abilities, okay? Yes, thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Carlos Dominguín. And we have greetings and questions from the different participants, and I will send the questions by email. And Lieutenant Colonel, thank you very much for your presentation. So continuing with the seminar, I'm going to present the third speaker, who's going to be in charge of Master Carla Perez Fernandez, who's the legal advisor on the program for the Agreement of Non-Proliferation and the Control of Arms of the UN. She provides legal advice for the implementation and enforcement of international instruments. She has experience, and she has been the legal coordinator of services at SUCAME in Peru. She is a lawyer from the Catholic University, and she has a master on public management. Master Perez Fernandez is going to be presenting illicit arms and ammunition traffic, gaps in the standards in Latin America. And now you have the floor. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm going to be sharing my screen. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by expressing my appreciation to the IADB to be able to participate on this important seminar. It is an honor to be able to share with you this space with the experts and representatives of the region in a topic of such relevance for security and governance in the hemisphere. At UNIREC, we are happy to be able to address all of these topics, such as illicit traffic. In this context, I'm going to talk about illicit arms trafficking and ammunition, and what is the cooperation to be able to close the gaps that exist with regards to the topic. I would like to introduce you to the regional center. This was originated in 1986 by the United Nations Convention, and is present in 33 states. And the center is in Lima, Peru, and is the only regional entity of the United Nations that is specialized on disarmament, non-proliferation, and the control of arms. Concretely, UN LIREC is supporting the states in matters of control of arms, non-proliferation, and disarmament. UNLIREC has had relationships of cooperation with different states and in different environments of the region for several decades now. It is not a secret that in the last decades, Latin America and the Caribbean is considered one of the regions with highest rates of homicides in the world. In the region, we have 8% of the world population, and unfortunately is concentrating 29% of homicides at global level. This according to data of 2021. So we could say that at the global level, 47% of the homicides are happening with firearms. And in the region, we see that these percentages are higher. In Central America, we have 65%, in the Caribbean, 67%, and in South America, 70%. This is demonstrating that firearms are the main means of lethal weapons in the region. Also, firearms are related to illicit trafficking and proliferation and deviation of arms. That is why we can highlight that illicit arms trafficking continues to be a priority item on the agenda of the states because it's affecting security, governance, and the development of our countries. Assistance provided by UNLIREC is around 4 pillars, mainly for public policies, legal support, technical support, and facilitation of regional dialogue in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would also like to say that we are on 3 great programmatic areas: the non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, conventional arms, and gender and youth is the latest program. The support that the center provides, that is provided to all the states of the region, is aligned on the obligations that the states have assumed through the participation on different international instruments under the umbrella of the United Nations. What we have here on this matrix are the most relevant instruments on the control of conventional arms. We have those that have to do with the international scope, the regional and sub-regional, like the Andean Plan and the most recent one, which is the global framework for the management of conventional ammunition. We can also quote other instruments. We see that they have similar obligations. However, it's good to see that the instruments are complementing one another. The obligated state needs to implement these commitments. So this implies that the states need to review their legal framework and to make the amendments accordingly to the standards or to propose new ones. With the international instruments, I would like to also highlight international guidelines, technical guidelines. We have, for example, the modular covenant or mosaic, because mosaic in English, and this is trying to control light and conventional arms and to be able to deviate for wrongful use. This agreement is a voluntary agreement for the states, and it doesn't have the considerations of a convention. Mosaic has some modules, the ones that you see on the slide: national controls on international transfer, national regulation of access by civilians to arms and destruction of arms. Some of the challenges that we have on this topic motivated that the General Assembly of the United Nations requested the development of technical international guidelines for the proper management of ammunition. And because of that, we have the international technical guidelines that are known as IATG in 2011. And we have a safeguard program from the United Nations as the platform for knowledge management. These guidelines are providing guide on voluntary practices on matters of the safe management of ammunition. And other interested parts. And what is the objective? Is to reduce the risk of non-planned explosions. The IATGs have different volumes that have been updated, and we have some modules that have to do with demilitarization of ammunition, logistic elimination of conventional ammunition, and there are also other modules that are dedicated to transportation, tracking, among others. Now, beyond the progress on international instruments and overall frameworks, one of the main challenges that we see in the region is the implementation, effective enforcement at the national level. This slide is summarizing some of the challenges that we have been able to find based on our experience with the regulation. We see that in practice, there's a huge gap on what the countries agree to in international spaces and what is really being enforced at the national level. We oftentimes see that these obligations are not known appropriately or are not clear what are the provisions for putting them into practice. And I can quote some examples related to the Treaty on the Trade of Arms that has a very specific approach. However, in practice, we see that sometimes this treaty is integrated on general frameworks or is also confused with other instruments that are also regulating arms. And so the enforcement is not precise and cannot be fully enforced. For example, the evaluation of risks on export. We also see in the region that many laws are to regulate access from civilian parties. However, international frameworks are putting emphasis on the control of the life cycle of the arms, especially with regards to transfer and the risk of deviation. And this difference in approach, even though we have internal regulation, other key aspects are less developed. And this takes us into the matters of some legal gaps or deficiencies. Another important topic is that many countries in the region, we see that the regulations with regards to arms are on the law, approved by Congress, and to modify them requires long processes, and this takes too long of the time. And we see that organized crime change their methods and routes and new techniques and new ways of trafficking in a rapid way. And so there's a mismatch over there. And there's not always a clear agreement among the institutions on who plays what role. And this is delaying the processes for decision making and is making it difficult for having agile, rapid and effective coordinated response. And there are few instances for the coordination among institutions. If they exist, they work very well. We've seen the experience in the region. It allows to clarify roles, to share information, and to have a clear perspective of the issue. But we oftentimes see that the coordination is limited, so it is difficult to provide a concentrated or agreed upon approach to it. Now I'm going to talk about the implementation of the global frameworks, challenges, what are the things that are still missing or partially implemented. We see that the illicit arms trafficking and deviation are going to facilitate crime. It is clear from the statistics that I provided at the beginning. We see that in the region, the two modalities that are more recurring are the small-scale trafficking and the sale of disarmed weapons. So they are using some provisions in these gaps that exist at the borders. And this is because of the high volume of flow of the states and how sophisticated trafficking has become. It is presenting great challenges for the management of armament to be able to avoid theft, deviation at the level of the state. And another challenge is that in private security, on all the areas that we need to fine-tune regulatory frameworks. We need to develop capabilities of the officers of the state that are involved or that are responsible for the prevention, combat, and eradication of illicit trafficking.
Another key measure is marking. Marking is important because it allows us to identify, trace firearms, and also to establish links in those firearms that have been used in different crimes and in different countries. So marking, it is very useful and relevant. It allows us to work with evidence, to take or to make better decisions, to understand the patterns of illegal trafficking and identify how these networks work, these criminal and trafficking networks. Nevertheless, we are seeing that there are big challenges in the region. Some states don't apply marking according to international tools, and one of the main gaps is in the marking of importation. It's mandatory, but it's not only always implemented. Also, in many cases, it's not only a problem of norms, but are practical limitations, a lack of resources, technical capacities, the procedures, clear procedures, so they can implement those marking systems. For example, it is very important assistance and support that states can receive to strengthen these capacities. And also we have a recent topic, which is ammo marking that has been just incorporated in this global framework of ammo that my colleagues have talked about, and that has been approved in 2023. This is a very important progress. We didn't have an instrument in the region that talked about conventional regulations, and definitely this represents a progress in the region. So marking in ammo allows us to complement firearms tracing with information of ammo, because finally the ones that cause lethality or crimes are ammo. It's ammo. Firearms without ammo, these are nothing. So what circulate differently, that can be the investigations. Also, we are seeing in the region that sadly, these measures of control of ammo are quite incipient from marking of ammo. UNIDEC back in 2019 worked in a legal study of these control measures of the states in the region in a series of issues, for example, fabrication, transportation, marking, storage. progress of the states, and some good practices. Also, we see the states are facing big challenges in the implementation of marking of the different ammo. Another topic that is very important is the implementation of a national regime of different licenses and authorizations for control of international transfers of small and light firearms, which is another important measure that is established and incorporated in the different international treaties. And for that, the states have to have licenses, authorizations for regulations of exports, imports, and other types of transfers, transit, intermediaries, etc. Registration, for example, the states have to have different systems that will allow us to know what firearms are there, who has them, and in that sense, that is being reinforced in something that has to do with the end user to be sure that the firearms can reach an authorized destination and to whoever they correspond. In that sense, it is important to be in coordination of the synergies that we have internationally. Each instrument covers a different part of the problem. And in that line, we can see here the Treaty on Firearms Trading. And I say this because of its different application and its different objective as well. Basically, this is centered on the regulation of international transfers, the international movement of firearms, and evaluation of risks before we authorize a transfer. Other tools like the Protocol of Firearms, SIFTA, they approach internal control, marking, or the firearms management, that they have different dispositions on international commerce, but the treaty per se regulates international commerce. Definitely, with its objective, we have illegal trafficking. This treaty on international trade of firearms has the 7 categories of firearms, and this is important. It is different from the others that have to do with small and light firearms. Also, this trade regulates conventional ammo, parts and components with obligations that are much more limited. And with these 8 categories of firearms, we have small and light firearms. So if the states have established different control systems with different development levels, we saw that some enforce, others in procedures, internal procedures that are managed by the states with different directives internally. We see that we have weak regulations for the different users that have not been authorized. An issue that is much more relevant is the use of new technologies in fabrication, manufacturing, and firearms and ammo. We see that it is changing the way that this is operating. These new technologies allows us to elude controls from the state, and it makes it much more difficult for law enforcement to control it, which makes this much more difficult. The examples that we have are modular firearms, 3D printing, and additive manufacturing, ghost firearms conversion. And we have to consider that the processes on firearms conversion that are not new, they are here in the region for a long time now. but they are still in force and evolving, and even adaptation of other firearms. We see that the problem is that these technologies go forward much more faster than the capacity of the states to respond. And these scenarios definitely give a greater challenges in these different regulations, because laws definitely won't cover these modalities, but they present very big challenges, and they require specialized techniques to investigate them and control them. And the states cannot be legislating issues of this nature with traditional mechanisms, because they have to answer to these new realities, these new challenges, for to have better norms or regulations that accompany these new technologies. In other words, I can say that we are not facing new tools, but also new ways of operating that demand the adaptation of new regulations and the capacities of the states. And another issue is the regional to regional approach. These types of initiatives that allow the states to work in a coordinated manner and efficient one, something that is key here, facing this phenomena on illegal trafficking, which we know is transnational. Also, they have the backup of the states as well as international community. So in this framework, UNILIREC has been promoting different processes in the entire region. We have the Caribbean roadmap that has passed its midterm review. We are partners with CARICOM. We also have the Central American roadmap that was approved February 2025. We are co-custodians with the OAS, and we have started with the Andean roadmap. We are co-custodians with the OAS as well. We see that these initiatives are aligned with international tools, but also they have the advantage of giving those commitments in the reality of each region, and it allows us to land the commitments and also concrete actions. And this is done by the national objectives that are based on the specific realities of each country, and the states have to present their own national plans that allows them to organize their measures and prioritize actions and go forward in a more concrete way in its implementation. So here, the roadmaps are a bridge from international commitments and the practical actions at the national level. So this is it for me, and I am open for comments or questions. Thank you so much. So we start with OAS to know a little bit more about NILIREC, and it allows the countries to know the mechanisms that we can apply this cooperation that will allow us to strengthen our projects challenges on firearms and ammo. These norms that are out there to implement the actions from each one of the countries for the reality of the countries. We have very interesting questions, more than 20 questions, but we will try to answer 3 of them right now. A question that is very important is the last one, and they ask from Ecuador. If you have mechanisms, I'm sorry, what is the position or the experience of UNILIREC regarding firearms, 3D firearms, basically the legal issues, and if you have mechanisms
que,
that
digamos, reducir
allow
o
you to
tener mejor control
reduce
sobre
or to
esas
have
armas
better
por parte
control
de
on
las
these
fuerzas
firearms,
especiales
because we
adaptadas a
know
armas de fuego?
that these are easily adapted to the firearms, normal firearms that we have. Yes, I have talked about this, that these types of new technologies, emerging technologies that we see in the region have surpassed the norms, because that's the reality. Reality also surpasses the norm. They are not besides these new technologies. So we see that they have not been approached in a binding legal instrument, but it is, we are worried as an international community, and with the different international forums that follow up the different implementations of the international tools. For example, the action program of the United Nations, the global framework on ammo, among others, we see that the states are approaching a series of measures precisely to be on top of the regulations of these new technologies. For example, there are good practices in the region where they have regulated these types of new technologies to forbid express prohibition of this, because they have identified these new technologies that have been used by criminals. And because, precisely as I have said in my presentation, it is very difficult by authorities, investigators, how to identify these types of weapons or firearms and their trace later on. So it is a challenge that that the states have in the region. We know that the region has the main problems, and they are facing the same challenges. And from ULIREC, we can tell the states that they can implement control measures facing these new technological problems.
Muy amable. La segunda pregunta
Thank you. The second question that comes from El
es en
Salvador
relación a
is regarding
cómo ULIREC, a través de qué
how
mecanismos podrán acceder
LIREC
los
and the
países
mechanisms that
para
countries can
recibir
use
cooperación de
to
parte de ULIREC
receive cooperation by UNLIRIC,
para que las armas que
so
pasen a ser objeto
that
de
firearms
utilización o destrucción
that are
puedan
going
tener
to be
pueda
destroyed can
acceso
be
que
supported in
permitan
this process
llegar
that
a
can
la
allow
disposición
them
final
to
y
reach
definitiva
the
de
final
las armas.
disposition of each one
¿Cuáles
of
son los
these
mecanismos
firearms. What are the
que pueden
mechanisms
acceder los países para recibir esta
that
cooperación?
countries can access? UNIREC, through a series of projects, give assistance to the states in different aspects. To make this operational, this is basically through the ministries of foreign affairs in the different countries. We get these petitions of assistance, and in the majority of the states in the region, these have been done with our support, facing our mandate in the region from the 33 states in Latin America and the Caribbean. And mainly, in the majority of cases, we have made this assistance operational. It's important to have cooperation. We saw with the other colleagues, which is a topic of relevant, it's training and training of the different officers that are involved, and that they have a special role in prevention and combating illegal trafficking. So from ILIREC, we support the states uh, uh, with a requirement that is channelized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We also have our doors open for cooperation in the region. And in that sense, the next week, we will be in Quito, Ecuador, giving or teaching a course that has been implemented in the region, which is our course on combating illegal trafficking of firearms and ammo. And this is being coordinated with the Ministry of Defense. So this is what I
Muy
have to
amable.
say. Thank you. And we have a lot of questions, but this is the last one because we don't have much time, and it comes from Brazil. They ask us, is through Unliric, you have a software or database, international one, where the states can have access to this or information of these firearms that are stolen, or they don't have legal authorizations, because I understand that it's a challenge given the previous presentations, what they said, but maybe you can tell us what's the work line, the guideline for this mutual work concentration that countries can use. So from the regional experience, we don't have a software, but what we can advise or warn from the regional experience is that the states are getting different systems to control firearms and ammo as well. And precisely, this is because an important issue is to share information among all the states. A firearm, as we have seen, in phenomena of illegal trafficking, it's like this, it's transnational. So we are not facing a reality of illegal trafficking now or organized crime that is the responsibility of the state, but it surpasses borders now. So in this case, it is important that the states cooperate with each other so that they can share information in a timely manner. And this information sharing is important so you can contribute to investigations, and international instruments promote this cooperation and sharing of information. There are several mechanisms in the region. One of them is the one that Interpol uses that can make a proper follow-up of all the firearms that have been traced, and from there they can share information from their location. So it is important, and I would like to make this coordination, this mention to marking in firearms and also ammo, which is much more complex, the second one. But it's important to have that marking in order to support and contribute to tracing processes so that we can finally have a criminal prosecution, a proper one against people.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the rest of the participants. And again, thank you very much on behalf of the IADB. And thank you very much for all. Okay. Next on, as the fourth presentation, we have Deputy Lieutenant from the Army of Spain, Francisco Javier García Jiménez, who is the technical advisor of the Management of Ammunition, GICHD, AMAT. The speaker is expert on the management of firearms and ammunition, the destruction of ammunition, and he has been part of the Spanish division for the control of firearms. And he has been working with NATO and the United Nations. And he has been working on specialized courses for small incursions. He has a technical military training and international procedures linked to national and international security. Thank you very much, General. And I would like to thank the IADB that you have allowed to present this. Can you tell me if you can hear me and see well, please?
Subteniente García,
Sí,
¿se le escucha, se le ve? Todavía no podemos apreciar su
Yes,
presentación.
I can hear you and we can see you, but I cannot see your presentation.
ahora creo que sí lo pueden
Sí,
ver ustedes.
ahora sí está
Now I
correcto.
think you can
Muchas
see it,
gracias.
right? Yes.
A usted.
Bien, permítame lo primero presentar lo
Okay,
que sería
let
el
me
equipo de
present
AMAT.
to
El equipo de
you
AMAT
the
es
AMAT
un
team.
equipo técnico en gestión de
This is a
municiones
technical team
que se
in
creó
matters
en
of
enero del 2019
management of
como
ammunition,
un equipo
created in
técnico de
2019
apoyo
as a
entre el
technical
Centro
team
Internacional de Desminado
to
Humanitario en
support
Ginebra
human
y la Oficina de Asuntos para el
demining in
Desarme de
Geneva
Naciones Unidas.
and the
Como pueden
office,
comprobar, somos un equipo pequeño
the UN
de
Office for
nueva creación,
Disarmament Affairs.
pero
We
con
are a
amplia
small team
experiencia
that has
técnica,
been
sobre todo en el
recently
ámbito de
created, but with
municiones y la
technical
gestión de arsenales.
knowledge, especially
Este
in matters
equipo
of management
del que
of
se encarga
weapons and
mayoritariamente
ammunition.
como custodio
This
de estas
team
normas IATG,
is the
estas
safeguard
directrices
of
de
these
almacenamiento que van desde
standards
el
for the
periodo de
storage
formación o gestión de los arsenales
since
hasta la disposición final de
the
las municiones.
inception until the
AMAT
final
es el custodio y es el que realiza tanto las revisiones como
management
las
of the weapons.
modificaciones que puedan
AMAT
llevar a cabo
reviews
durante el futuro de estas directrices.
how
Puedo comunicarles que a
these
final de este año
guidelines are
procederemos
going to
a
be
sacar la versión
implemented.
4 de
As
estas
of
directrices en las que
the end
estamos
of this year,
trabajando
we're
todo
going
este
to
año
have guideline number
y
4 that we have been working
procederemos a
throughout the
sacarla
year,
en
and we're
diferentes
going to
idiomas,
proceed
tanto en inglés,
to launch it in
francés,
different
español,
languages,
ruso,
English,
árabe,
Spanish,
creo que no me
French,
dejo ninguno de los
Russian,
idiomas.
Arabic,
Bueno, procedo a continuar.
and so I do proceed with my presentation.
Bien.
Very well.
Voy a comenzar con una
I'm
breve
going to
introducción
start
a lo
with
que
a
sería la
brief
gestión de
introduction of
municiones,
what would
para
be
referirme más
ammunition
concretamente a toda
management,
la
to refer
gestión que
myself
estaría
to
enmarcada
everything that
dentro de
has to
los
do
protocolos de
with the
municiones,
protocols
protocolos
of
internacionales y
ammunition,
sobre todo las
international
directrices
protocols
técnicas
and
internacionales de munición.
technical international guidelines
Como
for
primer punto
ammunition. As the first point
como comentario,
to
aclarar el término
comment,
munición. ¿Qué es
I
una
would like to
munición?
clarify
Munición,
what
vamos
is
a hablar
ammunition.
en
Ammunition,
esta presentación
under this
solamente a la munición
presentation,
convencional,
is
en
only
contraposición
conventional
a cualquier otro tipo
ammunition
de munición
against any other type of
denominada
ammunition
nuclear, química, biológica,
that is
bacteriológica, que no es el
biological,
trato de esta ponencia.
chemical, nuclear.
Vamos a incluir todas
We are
las
going to
municiones,
include
tanto desde
all
las de pequeño
ammunitions,
calibre, municiones utilizadas
the
en
small
armas de
caliber
fuego
that are used in
portátiles, a incluso municiones,
handheld
artefactos
firearms,
explosivos, minas,
even
proyectiles de artillería,
mines,
torpedos,
projectiles,
incluso aquellas municiones
torpedoes, and
específicas
all
de
of those
demoliciones
specific
como
ammunition for
de guerra
demolition
de lucha contra minas submarinas.
of
Lo que nos interesa especialmente
mines.
aquí,
What we're interested
dentro de
on
las municiones convencionales que
with
contienen
conventional
explosivos,
ammunition
¿por qué
that
nos
have
interesa
explosives,
mayormente?
and
Bien,
why is it that we are
porque
interested in this?
toda munición,
Because
si se
every
pierde, se
ammunition,
desvía o
if it's
desaparece de
lost or
nuestros inventarios,
deviated or disappears
puede ser
from our
utilizada contra
inventory,
nosotros. Ese es el
it could
factor
be used
fundamental.
against us.
Dentro de
That
la
is the
gestión de
main issue
municiones
here
hay
on
dos
the
pilares.
management
Uno
of
sería
ammunition. We have two
justamente
pillars.
prevenir
It would be
unas
to
explosiones
prevent
accidentales y el desvío de las municiones. Por lo
accidents
tanto,
and the deviation of
dentro de todos los
ammunition.
protocolos
So
y
on all the
directrices
protocols and
internacionales, estándares
international
o
guidelines that we
normativas,
have or
siempre es claro que
regulation that
vamos a
we
tener
have,
a
this
reducir
is
el
something
riesgo de
that we are
explosión
going to
potencial
address
y a
to be
reducir el
able to
riesgo
reduce
de
the
desviación.
risk of
Bien,
deviation or
dentro de la
potential
seguridad,
harmful
como
use.
objetivos, ya les he
So what are the
comentado, la seguridad física
objectives?
y la
As I
seguridad de las
commented, is
instalaciones.
a
Dentro de la
physical
seguridad física,
security
las
and
revisiones,
that of
todo
the
lo que tenemos
venues.
dentro de nuestros depósitos,
Physical security,
toda esa
everything that
munición
we have
contenida,
in
para
our
evitar ese riesgo
storage
de
rooms,
accidental.
we need to
Y la seguridad de las
avoid the
instalaciones es para
explosion, and
evitar
the
la
safety and
diversión y que
security
cualquier tipo de
of the
munición que
venues
tenemos
is
almacenada
to
pueda
avoid
ser
that any
utilizada
type of ammunition that is
contra
stored
nosotros. Esa es
can
lo
be
que
used
denominamos la
against us.
diversión.
That is what we call
Vamos
a
a
diversion.
continuar con lo que
We are
serían las
going to continue
explosiones
with what would
accidentales. Como
be
pueden ver en esta
accident
fotografía,
explosions. As
son
you
unos
may see on
contenedores
this
de
photograph,
munición
these are
que se han
containers of
detonado.
ammunition that
Bien,
were
es una fotografía
detonated.
tomada en el
This
año
is a picture that
2021,
was
unos
taken in
días
2021,
después
a few
haber
days
realizado
after
una
having
inspección y un reporte técnico a un
done a
estado parte.
technical report and an
Ese estado
inspection
nos
to a
solicitó
particular
al equipo de
state.
gestión de municiones
They
que le
requested
ayudásemos a ver cuáles eran sus
to
deficiencias y
see what were
carencias,
their
y
deficiencies and
dentro de lo que
gaps,
nosotros pudimos
and
observar,
on what we were able
pues
to
ocurrió lo
find.
inevitable.
It
Justamente
happened
antes de
the
poder
worst. Just
implementar
before we were
todas
able to
aquellas medidas
implement
que les
all of
habíamos
those
dado, se
measures
produjo
that
esta
we have
detonación.
provided them,
¿Qué es lo que produce
this
las
detonation
detonaciones? Bien,
happened.
lo primero, como
And
consecuencias de una
why is it
detonación
that
o de un
these are
accidente de este
produced?
tipo,
With
hacen
an
uso a la
accident of
pérdida de vidas
this
humanas.
type,
Hay un
they have to
montón de
do with the
heridos.
loss of
Sobre todo
life,
también se pierden
lots of people that become injured,
infraestructuras.
and
En
we
este
also
caso
lose
murieron más de
infrastructure.
100
In this
personas y
case, we
resultaron
have
heridas unas 600.
over 100 casualties and
Como
about
efectos
600 people
secundarios
were
también se
injured.
producen los
As
desplazamientos
secondary
de
effects, we have the
población debido a la
displacement of
destrucción
affected
a gran
population
escala que se produce, como
because
pueden
of the
comprobar en
destruction
la
at high
fotografía.
scale, as you are
La
able
zona
to see in the photograph.
residencial circundante
The
quedó
residential
completamente
area
destruida
was
y
completely
los restos de
destroyed,
municiones y
and the
escombros
rest of
salieron disparados por
ammunition
varios
and
kilómetros a
debris
la redonda, lo que produjo
were
más heridos potenciales y sobre
projected
todo el
to
que haya una
faraway
disminución de la
areas,
visión del gobierno.
and there's a
Es lo que tenemos
reduction of
que
the vision of the
tratar, no perder
government. That is what we
confianza de nuestros
needed to
países,
try to
o sea,
manage
perdón, nuestra
the
confianza como país,
level of
de nuestra
not having
población, que nos ve
trust from the
como
population to the
uno de los
government.
peligros
That is one
adyacentes,
of
aparte
the
del
risks
típico de que se haya producido una detonación accidental.
apart from the accidental
Aquí
detonation.
les presento,
Over
esta
here,
es
we have
unos datos que vienen referidos de Small Arms Survey. Es
data
una
that
organización
comes
que se dedica a
from
contabilizar todos los accidentes que se
a
producen
small
por
area survey
explosivos,
with
explosiones
regards to
o cualquier
accidents
otro
that
tipo
happen because of
de
explosion,
artefacto, y
explosives,
pueden
or other
comprobar
types of
en líneas
weapons.
azules la
And
cantidad
you can
de fenómenos
confirm in the blue
explosivos
lines.
y en rojo, perdón, al revés.
No,
Azules
it's
son
the
las
other way
bajas
around.
y
In
en
blue
rojo son los incidentes ocurridos. Pueden comprobar que desde el año 79,
and
cuando se
in
inició
red is where we have the incidents. In
esta organización
79,
inició
where
estos
we
datos,
started with this
hasta el año
organization
2024 ha
until
habido un incremento.
2024, we have seen
Es
an
verdad que
increase.
estamos en
So
un ambiente
we know
en el que se está
that there's an
aumentando las
environment
capacidades de
where
municiones de
the
los estados,
capabilities of ammunition
y por lo
are on the
tanto
rise,
se van a
and
producir
therefore
inevitablemente
we are going to
accidentes.
have
Es lo malo que
accidents
tiene trabajar con las
inevitable.
municiones. Las
That is
municiones
why
están
we
creadas
need to work with
para
ammunition,
producir
because
daño, para
ammunition
producir
is
bajas. Entonces,
there
es
to
algo
produce
que
damage.
evidentemente va a
So it
producir
is
un daño que
something that is
nosotros no
going
queremos
to
que se produzca.
produce
De ahí
damage,
viene
but
el
we
utilizar
wouldn't
esas
like for
directrices,
that
el caso
to
de las
happen
IADFs, como
in
directrices
events of accident. That is why we
internacionales
have
que nos
the
marcan las
guidelines,
mejores
international
prácticas a
guidelines
seguir
that will
para
provide
reducir
the
tanto el
best
riesgo de
practices that we
explosiones
need to follow
accidentales
to
como
reduce
el riesgo
the risk
de
of
el desvío de
accident
municiones.
explosions and also the deviation of
Bien,
ammunition.
el
Very
desvío de
well.
munición
The
suele producirse
deviation
cuando
of
la zona de
ammunition
almacenamiento no
happens
está debidamente
when
protegida,
the storage
lo que
area is
permite
not
que se
duly
produzcan
protected.
robos o fugas,
So
a veces a gran
it
escala.
is
Hemos podido comprobarlo
up
en
for
ciertos
theft,
países. A
and we have been
diferencia
able
de
to
un buen
confirm
ejemplo
this
como el que
in
muestra
several
esta
countries.
fotografía,
Different to a good
a
example
menudo
like
faltan
this photograph,
infraestructuras de seguridad
we don't
básicas,
have
como vallas o
basic
cerraduras.
security
Sobre todo las
infrastructure,
vallas perimetrales tienen que ser
especially
determinadas y
perimeteral
miran tanto la
areas that
inserción
need
en el
to
depósito de
be
municiones como en
in
caso de que puedan
place
acceder,
to
que les
avoid
sea bastante
people to
difícil el poder sacar la
access
munición.
and to
El
extract
desvío puede
ammunition.
producirse a lo largo de todo el ciclo
Deviation
de
could
vida de la
happen
munición,
throughout the
desde
life
la
cycle of
fabricación, desde la
ammunition,
fábrica,
from the
durante el
manufacturing at
transporte
the
de municiones,
factory,
desde la
the
fábrica a nuestros
transportation
depósitos,
from
entre
the
nuestros propios depósitos
manufacturing
o durante la
venue to our
importación o
deposits or
exportación.
doing import or
Cualquier
export.
lugar de almacenamiento cuando se utiliza
Any
durante un conflicto
place of storage during
conlleva
any
este tipo de
conflict
riesgos,
is going to
como
take on
restos
this
explosivos
risk.
o remanentes de guerra, como se les denomina,
And the
incluso aquellos también que
explosives
se
or
denominan
war
usos,
remnants,
porque al
as they
utilizarse
are
no han detonado,
denominated,
siempre son susceptibles de usarse en
they
nuestro
are
país.
always acceptable
Entonces
to
hay
be
que
used
comprobar,
against
controlar
us.
y gestionar todo
So
este
we
tipo
need to
de
manage
municionamiento.
all of this type
Bien, el problema de la munición
of
desviada es doble.
management.
Por un lado, la munición no solo se utiliza para cargar un arma, que es para lo que se ha
Ammunition
creado,
is
ya que
not
estamos
only
hablando de municiones
to
convencionales
load
que
a
contienen
weapon.
explosivos.
we are talking
Estos
about
explosivos también se
conventional
pueden utilizar para lo que se
explosives. These
denominan los
explosives
IEDs, las
can
famosas bombas
be
explosivas
used
o las
for
trampas.
explosive bombs or traps.
Esto es especialmente
And this
peligroso
is
en todos sus
especially
aspectos. Por
risky
otro
in
lado,
all of
conviene
these
recordar
aspects.
que un
It is
arma en sí
always
misma
good
tiene
to
poca
remember
utilidad.
that an
Lo que
arm by
mata y destruye
itself
no suele
is
ser el
not
arma en
useful.
sí,
What
sino
is
la
going to
munición que
kill
dispara
is
este
going to
arma.
be the ammunition
Así pues,
used.
lo que realmente alimenta los conflictos armados
So
es la munición. Por lo
ammunition
tanto, una de
is
las principales
really what
consecuencias de la
drives armed
circulación
conflict.
ilegal
So
de munición
the
es que puede
consequence of illegal
desencadenar nuevos conflictos armados o prolongar e
ammunition
intensificar los
traffic is
conflictos
going to
existentes. Además, hay que tener en cuenta que estas armas y
exacerbate
municiones suelen
existing
ser objeto
conflict.
de tráfico transfronterizo.
And
Por ejemplo, se sabe que se
these are
suministraron
present
armas
in
traficadas a través de las fronteras de un solo
cross-border
país,
traffic.
actores
So
no,
if we know that
no
they are being
gubernamentales
trafficked
de 12
with
países de la
non-governmental
región, de la
actors
región del norte
from
de África. Por lo
12
tanto, el problema del
non-governmental
desvío no
actors
es solo local,
in the
sino
MENA
también puede
region.
ser
So
regional
the
e
deviation
interprovincial.
could not be only
Del mismo
local, but
modo,
also
el desvío de
regional and
munición también
worldwide. So the
facilita
deviation
la
of
delincuencia
ammunition is going to
organizada y las
facilitate
actividades
organized crime
terroristas,
and terrorist
debilita las
actions,
autoridades
is
locales
going to
y
weaken
deslegitima los
local
esfuerzos de paz.
authorities, and is
Por
going to
supuesto, el mayor efecto que puede
remove the
causar
legitimacy
este
of
tipo
different
de
institutions.
desvíos
So
es
the
la
greater risk
utilización contra
is
las
the
propias
use
fuerzas de seguridad
against
de un país.
the
Tenemos que tener en
of
cuenta que
law
las
enforcement
municiones, las
agencies of
granadas de
each
mano,
country. Ammunition,
los cohetes
grenades,
y proyectiles lanzables de un solo uso
projectiles
son armas
that
y
are being
municiones que
launched
el
are arm
enemigo,
and
como se le
ammunition
denomina,
that the
o
enemy
aquellos agentes
will be
externos
using, or those external
a nuestra
agents
región,
to a
si quieren
region are going to
utilizarlo
be
van a pagar
using.
una
If they
cantidad
want to
elevada de
use it,
dinero por ello.
they need
Es
to
lo que tenemos
pay
que controlar para que no puedan
a huge
utilizar estas
amount of money,
municiones
and that
contra
is why we need
nosotros.
to control ammunition so that they don't use it against us.
Bien. Las raíces y las
So
causas.
the roots
Las
of the
causas de estos
causes
riesgos
of these risks
son, como ya hemos comentado
are,
anteriormente,
as we
las
have said
explosiones accidentales
before,
y el desvío, que se
accidental
deben
explosions.
básicamente
And
a una
this is
gestión
basically
ineficiente
to
y
an
adecuada de la munición, ya
inadequate
sea por la falta
management
de
of the
reconocimiento,
ammo
por la
because of
falta
lack of
de
knowledge
recursos, en
or
particular sobre lo que realmente se
resources,
almacena.
particularly what
La
is
falta de
has been
recursos tanto
stored, the lack
financieros
of
y de
resources
personal, sobre todo del
financially
pago al
and
personal,
personnel,
ausencia de
mostly
normativa
payment to
clara y
personnel,
legal o
the absence of
procedimientos
norms or
ineficaces.
procedures
En
that are
consecuencia, las
inefficient. In
municiones
consequence,
suelen almacenarse a la vista,
ammo are
alejadas,
stored
con
at
los
simple
detonadores abajo
sight
a las municiones
next
por
to
los cuales se les puede
the
lanzar,
ammo that can
expuestas a
be
un sol
launched,
provocado,
exposed
a
to
la humedad,
heat,
etcétera. Para
humidity,
abordar
etc.
todos estos
In order to
problemas,
approach
las
all of
autoridades
these
han llevado a cabo
problems,
numerosos esfuerzos a
we
nivel
have made
nacional,
different efforts at
internacional
a
y con el
national,
apoyo activo
international
del
level with the
Centro
active
Internacional de
support of the
Minería.
International
El
Center
centro
of
tiene un
Demining.
montón de
The
proyectos
center
en todas
has a
las
lot of
regiones
projects
mundiales,
throughout the
sobre
region
todo para implementar
worldwide, mostly to
estrictamente la normativa a
implement
nivel
the
nacional para
norm at the
reducir
national
riesgos
level
y
to
los
reduce
desvíos.
risks
Es
and
nuestra
the
parte
diversion.
fundamental y primordial
This
para
is
evitar
key to
un mayor número de
avoid a
bajas a
greater
nivel
number
nacional.
of
Bien,
casualties at the national
aquí
level.
tienen las
Here,
dos guías
we
principales
have the two main
que hacen referencia a mi
guidelines
trabajo.
that
Desgraciadamente, mis
what I do.
anteriores compañeros
Sadly,
coponentes
my
han
other
revelado lo
partners have
que iba a hablar
dismembered
específicamente
everything that I
en
have
cruces
that I was going
internacionales
to
y en
talk
el
about
marco
talk
global
about
a
in the
través del
global
ciclo de
framework
vida,
through the life
dos
cycle
elementos
are two
fundamentales de la
elements that
actividad
are
de la gestión de
fundamental and
municiones.
pillars of the
Aparte
management of
de
ammo,
trabajar
but
diferentes
that work
organizaciones
in
que saben
different
que son internacionales,
entities
por
and
lo que son de
international entities as
conocimiento
well that
todos
are
ellos y de
well
implementación
known
en la
for
mayoría de
them
los
and the
países.
implementation of the
Me
in the
gustaría
majority of
destacar
countries. I
estas
would
dos
like to
iniciativas
highlight
internacionales
these two
clave
initiatives,
que constituyen lo que
key
la
international
seguridad y la
initiatives
gestión
that
de
constitute the
municiones en
management
general.
of ammo in
Diferentes
general, that
guías internacionales sobre las
technical
armas y
international
ataques
guidelines
de mano
on
propia,
ammo and
las
the global
directrices
framework.
internacionales se crearon en el año
International
2011.
guidelines were created in
Han
2011.
ido evolucionando en el
They
tiempo.
have been
Las
evolving
municiones,
in times
artefactos y
for
accesorios
because
pueden
ammo
tener toda
artifacts,
la tecnología
devices we
que
can see
últimamente se
in
está
in
viendo
all of the technology that
en el
are
combate,
being are
tienen que
seen
superar una mejor
can
eficacia tanto en la
generate
gestión
in
como
the
en la
management as well
reciclaje de
as in
municiones,
storing
artefactos
of
y accesorios.
ammo, artifacts and
Estos documentos reconocen que la gestión de inventarios y el mantenimiento
These
de
documents
registros
acknowledge
son
that
elementos clave
the management
para
of
reducir
records
los
and
riesgos
inventory
relacionados con los
are
artefactos
key to be
explosivos.
able to
Son
reduce
fundamentales.
risks,
Dentro de los
and they are
capítulos y
key
volúmenes de
in
las
the different
IATFs hay
chapters
varios que
of
hacen
the city
referencia
has.
a la gestión
And
de
they do
diferentes
make reference
inventarios,
to the
a la
management of
aplicación
different
diferentes
inventories.
software de gestión de municiones o elementos para gestionar los excedentes, así
And
como toda la gestión
this is to manage
documental
also
para
the surplus,
proceder desde
and
la
also
compra
the
de las
documents
municiones
to be able
hasta
to
su
proceed with
disposición
the
final.
purchase of ammunition and the final
Bien, las directrices
elimination of
técnicas
those.
internacionales sobre
The
munición y RTGs
IATGs
ofrecen
on
unas
areas
técnicas
of
detalladas para la
focalization
gestión
provide
segura de la munición,
detailed techniques
incluyendo el
for safe
almacenamiento, la
management
manipulación y
of
el transporte.
ammunition,
Desde mi
manipulation,
propia
transport,
experiencia
and
es donde
storage.
se
Based
produce la
on my
mayoría de los
experience,
accidentes.
this is where we
Los
have the majority
accidentes
of
que
accidents.
acontecen a fallos
The
humanos suelen
accidents that have
realizarse
to
en los
do
desplazados, en los
with
desplazamientos de
human error
munición y el transporte,
happen in
y la
manipulation
mayoría
and
de los
transport.
accidentes por munición obsoleta o que no se encuentra en las mejores condiciones
And if
suelen
they don't have
producirse
the
en el
best conditions,
almacenamiento.
they happen
Las
during
IATGs
storage.
abarcan
The
estas 6 áreas principales.
IATGs
Una de las cuales es la
encompass
contabilidad de
these 6
munición,
main
que es
areas.
para
One
nadie
is
uno de
the
los
storage
pilares
of ammunition.
fundamentales,
This is one
sobre
of the
todo
key
para la
pillars,
garantía y seguridad
especially
tanto en el
for the
desvío
guidance
como
and
si por
security
cualquier
in
causa
deviation,
fuese
and
robada una
if there's
munición,
any
conseguimos
cause
encontrarla,
that
saber de dónde ha
they
venido
rob
y
this
poder realizar
ammunition,
los procedimientos
we need to
operativos
know
que
where this
necesitamos
happened
para
and to
evitar
be able to
que
do
este
the
tipo de
operative
situaciones se
procedures to
produzcan
avoid
en el
this
futuro.
type of situations to happen in the future.
De hecho, la contabilidad de la munición se trata
The
en varios
accounting
capítulos de las
of
IATGs,
ammunition,
como
we
parte
have
integral
it
de la gestión
provided
global
in
de las municiones.
IATGs as part of the
Bien,
comprehensive
dentro
management
del
of
marco
ammunition
global
within the
a
global
través de todo el
framework
ciclo de vida.
throughout the life cycle.
Este documento se presentó en diciembre
This
del año
document
pasado.
was
Se
presented in
trata,
December of last
perdón,
year.
del año pasado, no, en el 2024. Se trata del primer marco
This
internacional
is
que
the
se centra
first international
específicamente en las
framework
municiones a
centered
lo largo
around
de todo su ciclo
ammunition
de vida.
throughout the life
El marco
cycle.
describe las mejores prácticas y recomendaciones políticas para ayudar a los
And
gobiernos
this is
y a las
represented to
organizaciones a
help
mejorar su
governments
sistema de
and to
gestión
be
de
able to
municiones.
improve
Uno
the
de sus
ammunition
objetivos
management
es el
systems. One of the
establecimiento de
objectives is
sistemas
to
de
have
inventario y
systems in
mantenimiento de
place for
residuos.
inventory and
Hay otros
record keeping.
objetivos
There are other
estrechamente
objectives
relacionados.
that are closely linked to it.
Podría parecer algo bastante sencillo saber qué se almacena, pero resulta que esta
It
información
could
tan
be seen
elemental
as
suele
easy,
ser la más
something
crítica y
just
difícil de
to
obtener. La
substitute
enorme cantidad,
the
los diferentes
huge
tipos de
amount
munición y recursos y la forma de etiquetarlas,
and
la
the
forma
way
a menudo
of
desordenada de
ticketing
almacenarlas y el
and
peligro que supone su
how
traslado,
to
especialmente
storage it
cuando ya
in an
están viejas
appropriate
o
way,
dañadas,
especially
son
when they're
algunas
old
de las
or damaged.
complicaciones
These
a
are
este
some of the
respecto.
complications
Pueden
with
llevar
regards
años y
to
sin
this
duda
matter.
mucho
It could
esfuerzo y
take years
compromiso lograrlo.
and
Pero
a lot
también
of effort and
existe
commitment.
asistencia internacional disponible para los
And there's
estados,
also
incluyendo sistemas de
important
gestión de
support
inventarios de municiones desarrollados por el Centro Internacional de
developed by
Desminado
the
y otros organismos
International
competentes que
Center
nos
for
apoyan.
Demining.
Aunque, o precisamente por esto es algo tan básico,
That
puede
is why
marcar
it
una
is
gran
basic,
diferencia en
and
términos
it
de
could make a
seguridad,
huge
protección y
difference in
también
terms
a
of
lo que
security,
las
protection,
regulaciones y
and
otros
with regards to
protocolos
regulation
nos
and
conllevan
other
a
protocols
gestionar nuestras municiones.
to be able to manage our ammunition.
Bien,
Okay,
las directrices técnicas
what are the
internacionales tratan
technical
precisamente
international
del
guidelines?
registro,
And they
la
have to do
conservación y la
with the
transmisión de la
record
información. En unos de sus apartados
record
establecen
keeping
que todos
and
los
the
estados partes
sharing
que
of
quieran,
information, and all the
dentro de un
state parties
conflicto
that would
armado,
like
deberán,
during
en
an
mayor
armed
medida
conflict,
posible
they would
y de
have
manera
to
factible
do
el
to the
gestionar
extent
y
possible and as
conservar la
feasible as
información del
possible
uso y
to
abandono de estas municiones.
manage
¿Por qué? Porque
the
está claro que
use
en el momento en
of
el
the
que se inician
ammunition,
las
because it is
hostilidades entre
clear
diferentes países,
when
tiene que haber
hostile
una gestión del
activity starts
recurso que se
among
ha
the
utilizado en
countries,
ellos,
we need
sobre
to
todo
have
porque cuando
a
termine
detailed
esa
tracking of the use
confrontación,
of ammunition.
deberemos hacer una limpieza de la zona y una
We
mejor
need to do
gestión
a
de todo
cleaning
aquello que se haya dejado para
and
evitar
everything
los
that
daños
was left
posibles.
behind to be
Y
able
en otro de
to
los
avoid
apartados se exige que
casualties.
toda esta
And in
información
another of the
se ponga a
provisions, we
disposición
have
de
all of
los
this
entes
information
cooperantes o elementos
for
que
the
se procedan
cooperating
o
entities
que ayuden en la limpieza de esas zonas.
and
¿Para
to be
qué?
able to help
Sobre todo
in
para
the
que los
cleaning of that
organismos,
area
pueden
so
ser
that these
nacionales e
organizations could
internacionales,
be national,
conozcan en todo
international,
momento con qué munición se van a encontrar, los efectos que puede provocar esta
and what are
munición,
the
sobre
effects
todo
that
los
this
sistemas de
ammunition is going to
iniciación
create
para proceder a una disposición final segura y para
to be
adecuar
able
sus
to
libros de
dispose of
conocimiento de
those
municiones
in a
y
safely manner
sistemas
and to be able to do
operativos
the
en la
tracking
gestión del
and record
desminado,
keeping of the
cómo
ammunition
tienen que
and
proceder y
demining,
cómo
how they
pueden
need to
evitar que se
proceed
produzcan
and how they're
accidentes.
going to avoid accidents happening.
Bien, ¿cuál
Very well.
es exactamente el
what is
papel de las
exactly
municiones
the
o el papel de
role
la gestión
of
de municiones en
ammunition
todo
or
esto.
the management
Los
of
sistemas
ammunition in
funcionales
all
de
of
gestión
this?
de inventarios de municiones y el mantenimiento de registros
The maintenance
permiten
of records or
un uso
record keeping of
controlado de las
ammunition is going to
municiones,
allow
de
for
modo que las
a
partes
controlled use of
implicadas en un
ammunition
conflicto
so
pueden
that
llevar un
the
control de lo que han
parties
utilizado durante el conflicto o
that
en el
are in a conflict
almacenamiento,
can
en
have
el
a control
transporte o
in the
durante
storage,
cualquier tipo de operación.
control,
Y esta es precisamente
transportation
una
on
información
of or
clave
any
para las
type of
posteriores
transaction with
limpiezas,
this.
retiradas,
So
destrucciones, gestiones
after
de
they do
estos
the
explosivos,
cleanup,
ya sean
management, and
municiones que se
destruction
encuentran
of these
directamente
explosives,
almacenadas o
these
en el
are
caso de un
ammunition that are
accidente
directly
potencial, esos
stored, or in
remanentes de
case of
guerra
a
que se han
potential
localizado en la
accident,
zona del
those
accidente.
remnants
Hay que limpiarlos y hay que gestionarlos. Por lo
of
tanto,
ammunition, we
una
need to clean
gestión
them and
de
manage them.
nuestros sistemas de
So a
información nos
management
daría
of our
directamente qué
information
cantidad de
system
munición ha
is going to
detonado,
give us
prácticamente qué cantidad de munición puede seguir en la zona y puede ser peligrosa para cualquier tipo de
the
elemento que entre en
tracking
ella.
of the
El sistema
ammunition
eficaz
in
de
any
gestión de
given
inventarios
point.
permite llevar un registro de las
The
municiones
management of ammunition is going
y
to allow
explosivos,
us to
incluyendo la cantidad y tipo de
keep track
municiones. Es
of the
obligatorio que lo lleven.
amount,
Estos
type,
son dos
and
de las
volume
tres
of
informaciones
ammunition.
que directamente
This
tienen
is
que venir
the type of
registradas,
information that need
tanto
to
en el
be on the
almacenamiento
record in the
como en la
storage,
gestión de
as
inventarios
well
o en el
as
transporte. Además, el
inventory
sistema de
management and
inventario
also
funcional
transportation.
garantiza que no se
And
almacene munición
the
insegura o inestable
this type
y
of
por lo
approach is
tanto que
going
no
to
se
allow
utilice
us to
durante
see that this is
cualquier
going to be
tipo de
a stable
misión o
transportation
conflicto
and
que
storage
pueda
so
ser
that in
derivado
any
en una
type
zona,
of
lo que
conflict
aumentaría aún
or
más los riesgos
other
relacionados
event,
con la limpieza, retirada o
it is not
destrucción
going to
de los
incur in
explosivos y
more
remanentes de
risk
guerra.
when we do
Como
the
pueden
cleaning
comprobar en la fotografía,
and
es una de las
disposition.
misiones
So
que
as
yo
you
me he
can see
encontrado
in one of the
dentro de mi
pictures,
carrera
this is one of
técnica
the missions
en
that
una
I've done
inspección
during my
en la
technical
zona del
work.
Mediterráneo.
We
Pudimos
did an
comprobar
inspection
que en el
at the
año
Mediterranean area, and in
2016 todavía había
2016,
remanentes de
there were
guerra de
still
la
some
Segunda Guerra Mundial,
war
munición
remnants
que se había
of the Second
utilizado
World
o
War,
que había
ammunition
estado
that had been
almacenada al aire
used or
libre
that had been
desde la
stored
finalización de ese conflicto. Como
in
pueden comprobar,
plain
era totalmente
sight
peligrosa.
and in open
Fotografía de la
air, and
parte de
so this
arriba
was fully
es uno de
risky.
esos restos
That is one
de
of
una
the
munición explosionada.
remains of
Esa munición llevaba ácido
exploded
pícrico. La verdad
ammunition.
que es un explosivo que ya
This
prácticamente no
is
se
an
utiliza en
explosive that is
municiones,
not used
pero que si
anymore,
nos lo encontramos en
but
municiones
if we
viejas, la
find it,
descomposición o
the
el fallo de
a
esa
failure
munición produce
of this
filtrados, que son
ammunition
unos
is going
elementos
to
muy
create some
sensibles al
elements
roce
that
y
are
y al
sensitive
contacto,
to
porque pueden provocar un
contact, and
accidente.
this could cause
Bien,
potential harm in an accident.
en conclusión,
So in
se
conclusion,
requiere un sistema
we
eficaz de inventario de
require
municiones para poder
an
registrar la
effective
información
system
sobre las
for
existencias y, por
ammunition
lo tanto,
management.
sobre las municiones y los explosivos
So
utilizados
therefore,
durante un
on
conflicto.
the ammunition and explosives
Toda
that
esta
were used
información
during a
básica
conflict, all of
debe
this basic
compartirse
information needs to
dentro
be
del ámbito
shared
nacional con el fin de
in the
facilitar la
national
limpieza,
environment to be
retirada o
able
destrucción de
to
los remanentes
facilitate
de guerra en
all
caso
the
de un accidente.
management of war
Y
remnants,
así como informar en caso de
and
desvío
also
de
to
cuáles son
report in
las
case of
líneas de
deviation
actuación y de
what are
dónde
the
ha salido la munición,
guidelines
sobre
to
todo para evitar
act,
que pueda ser
especially where
utilizada
the
o que
ammunition
pueda
has
ser
gone to,
robada
so
otra vez.
to avoid that this is
Por
going to be
supuesto, una gestión adecuada de las municiones no proporciona todos los elementos necesarios.
deviated again.
Sin embargo, si se produce una gestión adecuada de
So
las
if we have
municiones,
an
es
adequate
crucial
management of
obtener otros datos clave,
ammunition,
el
this is
saber la
crucial to be
cantidad y
able
tipo de
to have
municiones
another
explosivas
data
utilizadas durante
that is
todo
going
el
to be
ciclo de vida.
useful to keep
¿Por
track
qué?
during the
Porque
life cycle of the
nos va a
ammunition.
llevar a
And
una mejor
why?
gestión del
Because this is going
recurso
to
en su
provide
parte
us with
final.
better management
Esto es todo con
as
mi
the final
presentación.
objective. This is everything that I had to
Creo que
present.
nos ha sobrado
I
algo de
think
tiempo para
that we
realizar
have some time
preguntas
left to be
y
able to go over
estoy a su
certain
entera disposición.
questions, and I am
Muy amable, subteniente Javier
here
García
for you.
Jiménez. En realidad,
Thank you very
muy
much,
instructivo. Apoya
Deputy
justamente
Lieutenant.
esa parte, esa brecha de
It has been
conocimiento
illustrative
que a veces nos toca
and is providing
entender,
us
porque muchos de los países solamente
this type
nos
of
llenamos
knowledge
de armas de grado de
that
munición.
sometimes we are not aware.
Además, como tal, como usted bien nos ha
We
explicado,
manage other things and
tiene
we
esa
leave ammunition aside.
capacidad y
But with
conocimiento y
this,
expertise para apoyar. Y ahí voy
thank
con
you
mis
for
preguntas.
your
Y voy a tratar
expertise
de
and the
mixear las
authority
preguntas
to
porque
present this. We have
en realidad
several
son
questions,
7 10 y no nos
and
va a
I'm going
alcanzar.
to address them.
Pero hay una
We
pregunta
don't have enough
importante
time,
de
but there's an
Brasil,
important question from
Ecuador,
Brazil,
Colombia y
Ecuador,
Argentina.
Colombia,
La
and
pregunta central
Argentina.
es,
The key
¿puede
question
confirmar
is,
usted
Can you please comment what are the mechanisms that the countries can use to be able to access the support on everything that you have been discussing today with regards to training, legal framework, assessment? What is the access that the countries can have with regards to your organization? Yes, thank you very much. Yes, of course. All the supports among the organizations, you need to do a formal request so that the International Center for Demining, AMAT, can proceed to receive information from the party states that would like to have our support and to start to manage what is the type of support. We can manage it through the different governments, even with the liaisons formally, to be able to start all the paperwork by sending an email to AMAT and all the technical advisors who are part of AMAT. There have been some states that have requested our cooperation and assistance to be able to implement technical capabilities internally. We have been working in Peru. We have been able to enhance the capabilities of the country, and we have seen improvements in ammunition management. So of course, yes, we are here for you. If you would like for the international team of the AMAT team help you, you can do it formally and make a formal proposal and request.
We have a question from Panama. What are the benefits that countries can have on the experience developed in the region that can help the implementation of these norms and regulations in benefit of the states? So to tell you that the technical guidelines are the best practices when managing ammo. Let's say that they have been practicing from the standards of the OTA and other organizations to what they could be what they have in the United Nations in their guidelines, but basically 70, 80 years evolving. They started with a bad management after the Second World War. They had a lot of accidents. And what they try to do is to avoid those accidents could savage the aid of the states. The help of these guidelines is fundamental for many countries that don't have a direct norm or regulations in order to manage ammo because it will increase their capacity. The way that they have to train that staff, how they can buy that ammo, how they can manage the reports in case of an accident, and mostly the final disposition, how that can happen. There are other international mechanisms and institutions that they use international technical guidelines, and they help us in the field to manage different countries and support the different countries. Regarding the previous question, I forgot to tell you that AMAT and the International Center for Demining, in July, they will have the conference of the Ministries of Defense in the Americas, and that we will be pleased to link you with the different representatives of the states there in case you need any type of connection. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have another question from Honduras. Up to what point the application of the CTG can improve the of a country without affecting their operational capacity, understanding that this is a mean to combat transnational criminality in the region. Of course, technical guidelines, international ones, besides managing tactical issues, they also manage strategic issues. Everything is related. What we cannot do is to reduce the amount of ammo for the assault weapons, for example. Everything is linked. Without the support that AMAT gives, they manage these types of things strategically. What would be the needs and capacities of the countries and how we can implement those technical guidelines without setting apart the strategic vision that the country has.
Creo que no te escuchamos.
Sí, bueno, subteniente Javier García Jiménez, de verdad, ha sido muy didáctica su presentación.
Thank you for
Quedamos con el
presentation.
desafío de
And we have that challenge that you told us to review the CTG guideline, which is very interesting one with the quality standards that allows us to improve our mechanisms, our norms. And finally, something that is clear is that free access and under each level of application of each one of the countries. So it's a decision of the countries to adopt them, but it's a very good practice after reviewing this among the countries in order to reduce risks. And thank you once again. Thank you from the IADB for your participation. Good afternoon from Madrid and good morning to all of you. Thank you for allowing me to cooperate with you. As the fifth presentation as part of the expositions, we have Lieutenant Colonel from the Armed Forces in Honduras, and Cician Sael Mayorga, specialist in military intelligence. Currently, our Lieutenant Colonel is the chief of the intelligence department of the C2 department. He has wide experience in the military aspect, strategic analysis, institutional security, and intelligence. He works in the area of investigation training in areas linked to security, also international peace missions on cybersecurity, leadership in several countries. He has a master's in Honduras, and he will talk about illicit trafficking of firearms and ammo in Honduras, trends, modalities, and identified threats. You have the floor. Good morning. Thank you, General. Now I would like to thank the Armed Forces for giving me the opportunity and for choosing me as a presenter for this international entity. I would like to talk about a very important issue that is happening in Honduras, considering the dimensions of the threat in the majority of its aspects, talking about ammo and illegal trafficking of firearms and ammo in Honduras is complex due to the geographical position of Honduras in the center of America. Right now, this is the issue that has been considered, trends, modalities, and identified threats. So within this aspect, we will talk about a situation, a general one, and a current one in the Honduran territory, considering trafficking of firearms and ammo. Trafficking of our firearms and ammo represents a direct threat to national security. Criminal structures have increased their capacity using high-power weapons for illegal activities. The increase of seizures in the last 4 years in Honduras have been increasing, where in 2022, we have only seized 1,035 weapons, and it has been increasing since then, 1,276 in 2023, 1,400 in 2024, and more than 1,800 during 2025. Also, in the beginning of this year, we have established a considerable amount of weapons that have been seized from different criminal structures. We can find in these weapons military weapons that is in the hands of structures of criminal bands, AK-47s, RPG-7, 9mm, 45 millimeters, grenades, M203, and ammo from different calibers. we can see that Honduras is a territory of approximately 12,700 square kilometers, and Honduras has a geographic position that has two entrances from the Caribbean and also in the Pacific. So throughout its border, they have more than 2,000 linear kilometers in its border with different countries. And we can also see that it also has very good conditions from its rivers that are introduced in the interior of the country. So we have the maritime routes from the Caribbean. We also have them land borders, the different borders that we have around 12 or 13 legal borders that Honduras has, and more than 40 or 50 borders that are not authorized. You can go in by land, sea, and air. The participation of criminal structure, diseased weapons are linked to criminal groups of gangs and maras, MS-13 that has great influence in the area. The rival gang is Mara 18, the 18th Street Gang, and other gangs that are doing different types of illegal activities. Also, another structure is drug trafficking structure, national, international one, since Honduras, due to its geographical position, it also has great influence of drug trafficking groups, international ones, regional ones, national ones. Also, we have an important scourge that is attacked and attacked directly within our territory, like homicides, extortions, and also these bands and criminal structures have wide control of the territory and the illegal routes that our territory has. Within the threat for national security, the increase of violence, greater operational capacity of this criminal structure, risks for public security, armed forces that are also, it is also out there in the streets and is considered by the different governments to accompany the national police in matters of crisis, and also transnational threat and a regional one as well. The access of weapons, of high power weapons that strengthen criminal organization, increase violence in our national territory, and also weakens the authority of the state. Where are the areas that we have seized the most firearms in our territory, mainly departments and municipalities with greater incidents? We have we have them here in our map of Honduras. We can see that within these, our capital city is affected, Cortés, San Pedro Sula. Also, we can see that we have the influence of the sea in the Caribbean Sea, and it's also there by the different coasts of the Caribbean in the different departments. Also, Francisco Morazán, which is our political capital, is also one of the other cities that have been most affected by this scourge. In a high scale, we can consider the departments of Gracias a Dios, Coilón y Atlántida, and Olancho, that they have their territories that are less dense population, and they have a lot of territory and less presence of police and military, because these are very big territories and areas of difficult access. These areas are considered of greater participation of criminals in our territories. We have Comayagua, two departments that have been affected, but in a less scale. we can see that the biggest scourge or the biggest threat that we have are maras and gangs, organized crime, hitmen, homicides, and drug trafficking, illegal criminal bands or structures that happens in 2019 up to this date. We have been finding different crops in marijuana, cocaine, and we have the Department of Colón. We mentioned that before. It's ammo trafficking in clandestine warehouses, which are places where we have greater incidents of seizures and identification of firearms. And I have mentioned this that generally the type of activities that we see is the strategic warehouse or storage of firearms, drug trafficking, and access with the drug cartels. This is been happening a lot. And we are seeing a lot of boats going in because here is where they have three main entrances in the Rio Patuca. We also have Huancoco Segovia River and Rio Plátano. And through all of these rivers, boats, speedboats get there, they disembark weapons that are arriving from the regional areas, from the Caribbean, South America, and also other areas as well. We can see that in the relevant information, 78% of seizures are concentrated in these 5 departments. Maritime routes, land routes facilitate these firearms, also high power weapons and create this, and we can also see and identify through the different institutions of intelligence and security of the states greater presence of criminal structures and influence of different bands and transnational structures of organized crime. In these departments, they represent the main corridors and logistics centers used by criminal structures for trafficking and distribution of firearms in our territory. Also, we have identified the MO of these criminal structures or trafficking of firearms and ammo in Honduras. We could identify that criminal structures use different modalities for storing, distributing, and using these firearms in a national territory. These are firearms that have been identified of less caliber that are arriving from the northern part of the territory. We have identified the firearms that come from South America or the Caribbean as well. They come into the country through people, packaging, hidden with illegal merchandise. They arrive to the ports in containers, in commercial cargo and maritime containers, and also through the different maritime routes, as I have been mentioning, through the different international waters, as well as rivers that are inside our territory, clandestine areas. Honduras has maybe 2,000 kilometers of linear borders, and it's very hard for us to keep up with all of those areas in the territory, adding maritime borders that are very, very extensive as well. Internal transportation, they use vehicles, particular vehicles, buses, motorcycles, strategic routes, also weapons and security guards to protect cargo, and coded communication to coordinate their movements. They have their own signals, codes, in order for them not to be identified. Clandestine storage, for example, they are stored in bodegas, ranches, rural areas. In the beginning of the year in Cortés, for example, we identified some bunkers and areas where they stored these firearms, and we were able to capture Mara MS-13 And we were able to seize drugs, firearms, tactical gear that they use for their illegal activities. How they are using this through different appliances, vehicles, legal merchandise, gas, false compartments, and these firearms, approximately a year ago in May, we discovered different parts in the Department of Gracias a Dios where they were able to seize 150 firearms, long firearms, military use. We are talking about our AR-15 rifles. You're talking about long-range rifles, military use weapons. They arrived in boats in the Department of Gracias a Dios. After this, firearms and ammo were brought to the territory, to the city, and destroyed. We also have the distribution. They are distributed in criminal cells as payment also, as drug trafficking activities, transportation of drugs. They distribute this for assassinations, drug trafficking, territorial control to fight rival groups and also fight the authorities. In the end use is the commission of crime, control and expansion of the territory, and also armed to fight armed forces and rivals. Every time that there is a crime, we find that these firearms that or these weapons that that are there in the territory may be given to them for transportation or payment or for any type of illegal activity they are committing. Also, the type of weapons that are identified, as we mentioned before, K-47 or 15, shotguns, light shotguns and rifles. We have also these pistols, 9mm, 45mm, revolvers, compact guns, and special equipment, grenades, fragmentation grenades, and RPGs, and also tactical gear, magazines, vests, hats, and other accessories that improve the impact of, or to boost or promote the use of those illegal firearms. These include high-power weapons, ammo, tactical gear, also used by criminal activities to strengthen their power and territorial control. As we mentioned before, these types of firearms fall in the hands of criminal structures that are linked to illegal trafficking of firearms and ammo in Honduras. They strengthen their power through illegal trafficking of firearms and ammo, increasing violence and territorial control, and activities of drug trafficking. In a way that this drug trafficking activities increase in our territory, if there's more transnational criminal organizations, gangs in our territory, then these structures will be bigger. They will be earning more territory because this can be useful for them to promote and safeguard and to have more power and away from law enforcement in the states, and they can commit their crimes in a more efficient way, or in a way that they can have control and not our armed forces. Within these structures, we can identify MS-13, the 18th Street Gang. Both of them have a territorial control. The MS-13 they are in the extortions activity, drug trafficking, money laundering. The 18th Street Gang, they sell drugs. They fight for their territory. They defend their territory. in a more violent way within the cities that I just talked about in my presentation, and also drug trafficking activities and homicides. They use high-power weapons to face rival groups, and these armed forces, they expand their territory, their territorial control. Also, we have the presence of drug trafficking rings where they use this to guard their transportation, drugs for corruption, to bribe authorities, and firearms trafficking, as well as money laundering activities. Also, criminal organized organizations, they use this for extortion, for homicides, drug trafficking, and arms trafficking. They use this to protect their routes, their cargo, their weapons, and they operate with illegal firearms to commit their violent crimes and to get their territories. What is the impact of national security? What is the impact, the increase of violence and homicides, having the forced displacement and social fear? A lot of population, a lot of people in our territory has been victims of these displacements. Also, the expansion of territorial control and connection with criminal networks and transnational networks as well. This is everything that we see in a detailed way how criminal structures here linked to illegal trafficking of firearms in Honduras are having more power, control, and violence. And in general, they want illegal financing, corruption, and bribery, and using firearms and ammo. What are the threats that we have identified? They represent risks that affect security and public order, and the development of the state relating illegal trafficking of firearms and ammo in the national territory. What are the threats? Organized crime, criminal structures. We also have drug trafficking, which is the demand of firearms through these criminal organizations to protect their routes, cargo, and labs in a way that they have more presence there. They demand more territory, more people in order to involve them to the custody of these firearms. Rival structures, for example, that are also doing these types of activities, but they are not that well structured. They also compete with these criminal organizations, and they also use these firearms that have been, in a way, illegal in our territory. What do we also have for borders? We have long borders, land borders, maritime borders, where we do not have much control of this of law enforcement, and that's why they allow people to go in and out without being inspected. Corruption also is a scourge that is affecting the different institutions or the different countries. Honduras is not the exception, where this contributes to for this scourge to increase in an accelerated manner. Also, as every scourge that we see here that has to do with money has social violence, robberies, and armed conflicts between themselves and with the population, civil population, that can be affected in a way, directly or indirectly, because of these activities, that diversion of illegal firearms, lost firearms, robberies, theft within the institutions, that has to do with the protection of sovereignty and national security. We'll see also robberies, theft, losses, extraction of firearms, that in a way they are used in criminal activities, high power weapons of restricted use that increase the the firepower. So we have seen them define the institutions of the state. So these new structures come with more power and more to defend their territories in a bad way and fighting all the time. Institutional weakness. These are issues that are illegal to prevent and sanction illegal trafficking of firearms. But what is the response of the institution through these types of activities? The states has been implementing this in a coordinated manner to prevent and detect the illicit trafficking of firearms, to strengthening security and the rule of law. The strengthening of legal framework, effectively putting the law there, the creation of new laws, increasing conviction, sentences, increasing capacity of response in the legislative framework. Interinstitutional coordination between the different government institutions, customs, security, attending a greater level of coordination and responses, the armed forces, the national police, and the legal part, the public ministry, in order to counter arrest this type of crime and try to minimize its activities as a response of the state towards these activities. Also, we have increased intelligence capacities in the tactical issue, as well as analysis capacities, response capacities, or identifying the different criminal structures and the income of firearms in our territory, and counter arrest, seize or capture all of those firearms and ammo in order for them not to come in our inventory of the different criminal structures that are already there, that are inside and positioned inside our territory. Also, control and surveillance of borders. We have implemented new measures, working on that, working on a new response capacity and try to be more attentive to the different borders, giving them technical capacities, human capacities, intelligence capacities in order to counter arrest all of these types of activities that have submitted their counterpart or criminal organizations and setting fear to our population so they can overcome the response capacity of the armed forces. So within the conclusions that we can consider in this presentation, we have persistent threats. Persistent threats is illicit trafficking of firearms, feeding violence and organized crime and security for the citizens. This affects economy, security, and also affect civil society. Insignificant impacts, it affects lives of people, weakens institutions, and the development and generates social costs, economic costs, and security of the country, because the country, in a way, they respond, they create institutions, and at the end, they disappear. Why? Because they are easily colluded by the criminal organizations. They start with an image, but they are penetrated and infiltrated by criminal organizations. So they are kept in a constant evolution according to how the crime evolves, and they evolve with the response.
Interinstitutional cooperation and international and effective application of the law. as immediate response. We also have the optional activities from the National Police as well as from the armed forces, and also there's a nation of the justice entity, as well as to apply effective law through the reforms that the penal code has, the Honduran penal code. Also, the success depends on the sustained commitment of the state and society's commitment to sustain control and to reduce the illicit trafficking of arms within our national territory. So in summary, being conscious of time, I have finished with my presentation. And if there are any questions, I will try to respond to them effectively. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Colonel, for your presentation. It enriches us. It makes us get to know all of the threats linked to the illicit trafficking of arms in Honduras. I will ask you some questions. Very interesting question. There's maybe questions from Honduras, from the Dominican Republic, from Mexico. They're asking us, what are the mechanisms that you could mention that can strengthen this effort that Honduras is doing to reduce this illicit trafficking of arms and munitions? There's many programs. For example, within the armed forces, we have CEFAC, which is an organization of cooperation, Central American cooperation among the different regional countries, such as Nicaragua, Guatemala, El Salvador. We're doing continuous patrolling, scheduled patrolling to detect these type of threats. And also there's an exchange of information to be able to develop operations in the different border areas. Also, there's an agreement with operations Morazan Sandino, Sandino Morazan, where we do 2 operations in the year. We identify the objectives and we try to comply with these activities with efficiency, as well as exchange of information with Mexico, also with Guatemala, also with the different institutions, state institutions, with countries in South America.
Su audio.
No lo escucho.
We cannot hear you. Sorry. There's a question from the Dominican Republic, from the Air Force. So based on your presentation, what lessons learned could be useful for other countries that are facing similar challenges with the illegal trafficking of arms? A better exchange of information, and also Honduras has been evolving, combating these type of situations. We know that the capabilities of response against organized crime and drug trafficking, who are the ones who are trafficking these arms, to protect their cargo, where the economical capabilities are limited, and they will try to infiltrate and penetrate the efforts that the state is doing. So then we just have to learn from the good things that the different countries are doing, and to take them as a model to be able to combat these situations, and even to improve what Mexico is doing, what El Salvador is doing, what Guatemala is doing, in order to exchange information, creating groups, work groups, and also the willingness, the strategical willingness, and also political willingness to provide a response to this. I want to thank you for your presentation, very didactic, with a lot of information, and it is applicable to each of the countries in that common context that we have with this challenge with handling arms and ammunitions. Thank you very much for your participation. And for us, it will always be a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much, Honduras, for this type of presentation from the IADB. Thank you very much to you too.
Tenemos el día de hoy a nuestro coronel
We have today Colonel
del Ejército del Perú en situación militar de retiro,
Force of Peru,
experto en gestión de armas y municiones,
Rodolfo Gamboa. He's an expert in management of arms and explosives, and he's a conference a man in the sector of defense of Peru. The hemisphere security, the impact and dangers of risks of ammunitions that haven't been detonated. He has certifications. He is also the technical director in the missions of the United Nations in Colombia. He has a wide international experience in arsenal management and destruction of weapons. He has also received specialized training in different countries in Latin America. Colonel Gamboa will be presenting the topic Challenges to the Hemisphere Security, Impact of the Dangers and Risks of Ammunition that Haven't Been Detonated for Petroleum Exploration. I will give you the floor. Very kind, General Dominguez.
Bueno, primero agradecer a la Junta
First of all, I would like to thank the IADB for having invited me to present this presentation entitled Challenges to the Hemisphere Security, Impact of and Risks.
De la exploración petrolera. Es para mí un honor hacer esta presentación a tan distinguida audiencia.
And passive explosives of petroleum exploration. It is an honor to give this presentation to this distinguished audience in Latin America. And so then I will start with my presentation. The agenda is an introduction, non-detonated ammunitions, ammonium nitrate. So non-detonated ammunitions, what you are seeing in the pictures, it is a routine in the armed forces of Latin America and anywhere in the world where we do training with artillery, aircrafts, ships, etc. So this problem of use is not isolated to a single country. This is a global phenomenon, a regional phenomenon, because all of the armed forces in the world who use have ammunitions that haven't been detonated. So what is this ammunition that hasn't been detonated? As it is known internationally as UXO for their... So then we're talking about bombs, missiles, projectiles, grenades, so mines, things that weren't detonated when they were used, and they represent a danger to the nation. So what is the anatomy of failure as far as ammunitions? All of these arms, these ammunitions have failure risk. Approximately from 3 to 6% has a functioning failure, which is a factory failure. This varies. In the Vietnam time, we were estimating between 10 and 30% of failure in this type of geography. There's factors that can annihilate the functioning. For example, where there's mud or where there's sand in the territory, this annuls the explosion of the projectile. So then it can also land on the side. This is known as panzazo. So all these types of ammunitions, the TNT explosives are very stable that they degrade over time. They get crystallized, and this takes decades. Even before they have been left in the open field, after they haven't exploded during a training, they become sensitive to friction or if they are hit by anything. So ammunitions that haven't been detonated should not be handled by civilians. What is the regional overview and cleaning costs? Right now, there is a cleaning demand or clearing demand, which have been transferred to other governmental sectors. And before they were isolated. But due to the demographic growth and new developments, agriculture or also residence building has made this demand grow. There are different regulations in the Latin American countries, and they have a very diffuse norms with respect to the use of areas as shooting ranges, which have been transferred. In Ecuador, legally, the state should do the cleaning and destroy the UXOs, and the times are very long. In Peru, the defense sector does not have funds to clean this shooting ranges, and they are transferred to other sectors. Therefore, the private owners absorb the costs and the civil responsibility. In Chile, there's companies who are qualified, and the SEDEX Center acts as an independent auditor who inspects the terrain, and it is cleaned by the private companies. In Guatemala, the detection is private, but the destruction needs to be coordinated with the army, and the owner assumes the costs. What are the costs of this? I insist in shooting ranges who have been this land for private use, the superficial cost of cleaning could be between $1,100 and $1,500 per hectare. This is depending on it could be also between $1,500 and $5,000 per hectare. It depends on the geography. It could be a lot more expensive. And also the type of ammunition which is detonated, the depth of the terrain. For example, the states in the United States are asking the federal government to provide it, to do the cleaning of the lands that were used as shooting ranges. So it depends on the depth and what is going to be built on top of them. So what is the context to this problem? In the United States, the federal program developed by the DoD as the MAC, MMRP, and DERP. There's a program of response to military ammunitions and also military defense programs. The objective is to eliminate and reduce and mitigate the danger of UXOs in shooting ranges or in military bases. Right now, there's more than 1,200 bases or shooting ranges who are in evaluation process, and it is estimated that the remediation program's cost could be of $11 million, basically $11.2 million. And this could get to $83.4 billion. In Latin America, there's no countries who have this type of prevention programs and that are funded by the state. I insist, in areas where there have been shooting ranges, shooting fields that have been transferred outside of the defense sector. These programs of the United States are a good practice for the countries who have this problem with shooting ranges, because they are looking at what's coming. These type of dangers require funds who allow to do the cleaning of these shooting ranges and to develop strict standards to eliminate the UXOs. It is definitely the military doctrine does the cleaning of fields, of military fields, especially undetonated. But then we are not considering what was buried and what was covered with time. And then this is what detonates whenever they have been transferred. So what are the standards that they use in the United States of America? They use the MAC and the MMRP, which are the response programs for military munitions. And in the European Union and the UK, they use the best practices for the construction sector, because in the area of England, there were a lot of bombs during the World War. So, but what is most predominant are the EMAS standards, which are the international standards for the action against mines. However, these are very similar to what is required to clear shooting ranges. It is not the same to do for this EMAS for anti-personnel mines, but there's things that they have similarities with some things. So the costs here, we have an approximation based on USA costs. So there's many things that have to be done before, and this increases per hectare. We have to take into account that in the United States, they use other types of measurements. They use hectares, but this has been done in this way. So what is cost in this, the total cost of remediation? So the investigation research study of EMAS takes into account the elimination of vegetation, other costs, and there's something very important. When you don't do this excavation, out of this 10 extractions, one is positive, so we have 10-to-1 ratio, also from the size from 100-to-1. So this is which elevates the cost to do the excavations in different depths, and this makes it expensive, the remediation cost. So taxes need to be paid. So then it depends on the extraction, the location. So what is the legacy of the UXOs with relation to the international treaties? Non-native ammunitions are not terrestrial mines, not anti-personnel mines, so they are not remain from the war. So therefore, the treaties do not apply for the shooting ranges in time of peace. So then we have the Protocol 2 and 5, who excludes the remains that were generated outside of armed conflicts. The Convention of Ottawa over anti-personnel mines, and also the Oslo Covenant over ammunitions applies to these ammunitions and sub-ammunitions who are prohibited in scenarios of conflict. So then if they have this type of ammunitions, they have been doing practices in shooting ranges, and they have been transferred to other sectors, which means that the states of the recommendations, the states of the region have to provide specific budgets for clearing shooting ranges which have been transferred, because the international treaties do not apply in times of peace. We should establish national authorities that regulate and supervise the activities of these private companies who are specialized in clearing shooting ranges. In the current situation, the specialized companies should do these activities when they have been transferred. And why is this important? Why? Because the companies need a series of documentation as they are formulated for the mine fields, the fields that contain mines, so that legally we can demonstrate that we have done all the efforts as possible and that they are clean, and all the documentation that validates all that effort made and what was found and what was not found. Next, we have this compound which is used massively by the activities of mining and agriculture, and this is a latent danger that is underestimated, and this is the ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate is an inorganic compound without color and without odor. It has a fusion point of 170 degrees centigrade. It can also decompose above 210 degrees, and it explodes. It liberates nitrate gases. So then If it arrives to that temperature, we have to prevent that, otherwise it will explode. The case of Beirut is a very good example. There's a fire, and then there's an explosion. This nitrate is not an explosive in itself, but it is an agent that can combust. It doesn't explode with friction or impact during manipulation, but it can explode or detonate whenever the temperature rises. For example, due to a thunder, especially in places where there's a lot of storms. How do we classify the ammonium nitrates? In Peru, they are classified as fertilizer degree ammonium nitrate or technical degree ammonium nitrate or ANFO grade. In the USA, Chile, UE, and UK, there's two classifications, the fertilizer grade and the technical grade. In Australia, and some years ago, also Israel, from the explosion in Beirut and other few countries, they only have one classification, which is the sensitive and secure ammonium nitrate. What is the chemical nature and dynamic and exothermal? It is a stable chemical substance with very few restrictions of manipulations in its pure state. In combination with any fuel, it is an explosive, and that's the danger, that it explodes. If it arrives to a specific temperature, it might explode. The handling, transportation, and manipulation and safekeeping of the substances are controlled in most of the legislations of the countries of the region. However, sometimes there's not enough, the personnel of the institutions lack of certain knowledge, and the big amount that we have flowing inside of the country doesn't allow for a very demanding verification from the organs that are in charge. The ammonium nitrate, which is used as a fertilizer in the region of Latin America, however, in the European Union and in the United Kingdom, there's a need to have a certificate of detonation of the ammonium nitrate as a fertilizer. So nothing comes in this territory of the UK if this fertilizer grade doesn't have a certificate by a company which has the level, an international level, to provide this type of certifications. So this reduces the danger of explosion. The main uses for ammonium nitrate in Latin America is for fertilizers and also for explosives. We have to remember that most of the biggest terrorist attacks in the United States and Europe have been carried out with ammonium nitrate, with a fertilizer grade ammonium nitrate. So what are the risks of safekeeping ammonium nitrate? One of the risks is moisture. So ammonium nitrate is really microscopic. So the cycles of humidity and heat provoke that the ammonium nitrate is compacted or gets caked. This is what it's called, cake. That's one of the risks. And the other one is that, to say it, in urban areas and also in ports, all of the main ports where the imports of AN happen are in moist areas. And they are colliding. They are next to very densely populated areas. Here we can see this warehouse that is covered. Normally they have to be covered. And in the second picture, we see this loading these big bags of ammonium nitrate. They weigh almost a ton, those bags. So this is exposed to these risks. The other one is a system against fire, which is deficient. The AN requires a specialized fire system against fire. The normal fire extinguishers are useless and inefficient. In Latin America, the problem of ammonium nitrate is that when it combusts itself, it elevates the temperature.
Lo otro es el uso intensivo de la minería legal e ilegal. En América Latina es una potencia minera.
Also, in Latin America, we have the intensive use of legal mining and illegal mining. And so this demand for mining generates a use of this transportation of this material. So this is the danger when it is beyond the 48 hours that they should be in a warehouse before leaving the port. So this has caused many accidents. The main accident that has happened with ammonium nitrate, this happened in Germany, in Opau. 4,500 tons of AN exploded. And in America, we've had in 1947 an explosion of 2,200 tons. It's similar to what happened in Beirut. This is a ship that was they left the fuel, then they load the ammonium nitrate, then it comes to the port of Texas. The ship arrives during the night, and fire happens on the top of the ship, and then it couldn't be turned off, and this just generated high temperature and the combustion of the ammonium nitrate at 10 a.m. It almost sweeps the entire population that was nearby in Texas. And in one of these fertilizer plants, also in Texas, the construction material caught fire, and then the ammonium nitrate caught fire also as well. It reaches its explosion temperature and it exploded. Then in Peru in 2017, there was a destruction. There was an incident, it got burned, there was an elevation of the temperature, and there's an explosion. And basically, it damages this population that was a kilometer away. There were not a bigger amount of dead people, but there could have been more deaths if it was closer to that town. Then another situation, there's more than 30 people dead in Coahuila in Mexico. You can see it is there. We have a trailer there with ammonium nitrate in liquid form, and there was an accident. It turned over and it starts combusting. There's a fire, but what you see nearby is the firefighters. They haven't been alerted to get out of that area. And in the other picture, you can just see the crater after the explosion. As a consequence, 37 people died and more than 200 people were injured. So what we see is a complete lack of knowledge in many organizations that have to do with helping in these cases. Also, there was an explosion in the north of Chile. There's this plant that was producing accessories with ammonium nitrate. So what are the levels of importing in Latin America? The main importer with 1,137 million tons is the biggest importer. Then we have Peru with 403,409, Colombia with 85,000 tons, then Ecuador with 800, which were casually imported from Peru. But then Chile does not come up here, which is also a country because that should be here because they manufacture ammonium nitrate. And in 2004, it reached 830,000 tons of ammonium nitrate. That's why it's not here. But the countries who are the biggest manufacturers, this topic of because there's a high flow also of transportation and throughout the national territory. So recommendation, we recommend to use a single classification as the sensitive system of ammonium nitrate, similar to Australia throughout the region. Then again, systems against fire and monitoring.
Por aspersión de agua pulverizada que permite bajar la temperatura del nitrato de amonio y evitar que llegue a la temperatura de explosión. Prevención de contaminación química. Los vehículos de transporte y áreas de almacenamiento deben estar 100% limpios, secos y libres de combustible y otros residuos orgánicos.
Also, clean vehicles of transportation and warehouses should be 100% clean. Also, the location of warehouses should be, in Peru, they are called like this, and in other countries, they have a different name, but it's similar. So the warehouses should be away from urban areas and roads, high-density roads, respecting the distances of international security. As Subtenant Garcia mentioned, from the Kingdom of Spain, similar regulations are needed. So here we have pictures of how it should be safe kept. The ammonium nitrate, they should be covered, there should be cement floor, and there should be separation amongst aisles. One aisle should have between 300 and 500 tons separated one from the other. This doesn't exclude that in the case of an explosion, all of them could explode, because ammonium nitrate, when it becomes an explosive, it is 1.5, but the distribution of danger, it behaves as an explosion in mass. Everything will fly off. So passive explosives of petroleum exploration. So this is the danger that is less taken into account in the agenda, because we're talking about hundreds of thousands of chemicals that have been buried decades ago, mainly in countries in Latin America that were looking for petroleum in that time. And this is a methodology that is still being used, but mainly in locations that are not accessible. They are not used in plain situations, plain locations. So what we're talking as a reference, we're going to talk about the Argentinian case. Between 1970 and 1990, there was this problem. It has a hemisphere reach, this problem.
Ubicada en zonas altas y llanos de Argentina, ejecutado masivamente bajo metodología de prospección sísmica, con uso de cargas multiplicadores o
use of multiplying cargo between 1970 and 1990. In the case of Argentina, they have a state origin made up by an old state company in provinces in the northern part of the country, and due to the corporate trespass of land and concessions transferred to private companies, YPF has inherited this grave problem. The seismic exploration was made through 5,000 kilometers. Each booster or multiplier was put between 50 meters and 12 meters in depth. As you can see here, the map, all of those lines are the lines where they put the boosters for seismic protection, but all of these are intertwined and they pass through different cities, but all of those are the 5,000 kilometers where they were placed. I'm sure that being in Peru, Ecuador, Venezuela, there has been mainly in different areas in the jungle where they don't see them or they were destroyed due to the environment. They estimate that thousands of boosters, active boosters, that were never detonated or removed after the privatization in the 90s in cities that were expanded in old exploration lines and the construction of homes, national routes, roads, or preparation of fields has left charges of at least 30 to 50 centimeters. We've had different issues and floods, and this has made all of the positions to change. What are the characteristics and degradation of the boosters that were placed? A booster is not an anti-personnel mine or anti-tank. It's a polymer cylinders of plastic, 30 centimeters long, 300 grams of, or to 450 grams of explosive, of pentolite, a mixture of TNT and PETN. All of this is explosive, no metal there. The only parts that have metal here is the electric detonator that has a part of aluminum, 2 grams of explosives that is attached to the body of the booster. and the bifilers conducting cables are of copper and steel galvanized with isolation of polyethylene to resist the traction under the earth. The exudation danger risk is after 30 to 40 years under the underground, the explosive suffers a process of exudation, becoming extremely unstable and to be dry due to exudation. This system is still used for the seismic activities that are inaccessible for vibrating trucks. We have the container, we have the explosive, the metals are in the detonator and in the cables. Why I am emphasizing on this? Because the detection systems only detect metals or depending on the system that they are using. What are the responsibilities here? The commercial risk. Booster is not a military ammo acquired by the state for its armed forces. These are commercial explosives, not for military use. Its management should be solutioned exclusively in the private sector. The technical remediation has to be executed by companies that are specialized in the destruction of these explosives. Its finance must be covered in its totality by the new companies that have these licenses in YPF for the case in Argentina. Mandatory documentation for this specialized company has to be presented for the release of these soils. This is demanded here, and this is one of the reasons why the private company must do this. One, because it's time, and two, because they need to have these documents, as I've said before, that facilitates and said to say that they have done everything that they could to destroy these explosives. They have to have maps and georeferentiated documentation indicating explicitly the maximum depth technically reachable by the detectors. Also, they have to give final disposition certificates and the delivery of the field that are risk-free submitted by the specialized company. They have to be sure that what they are given won't be given consequences afterwards. Recommendations to establish mandatory protocols so that oil companies can give maps of the seismic lines, mainly the fire department. Design perimeters. In the case of Argentina, in those areas where they were placed, normally there are always fires, and we have had consequences due to the explosions and the increase of temperature in the field. The passive explosives should be cataloged formally by the states under the concept of articles explosives without detonating. This denomination doesn't link the responsibility to the armed forces and unify the jurisprudence to force that the sector can change their passive. So with this, I finish my presentation. And in case there's a question by the public, I am ready to answer it. I would like to say that our public is impressed. And today you have touched on very important points. It's a very important points for the police and passive explosives that are not visualized as responsibility of those that lead the effort from the different countries in order to have a proper management and control and final disposition of these explosives, ammonium nitrate now, which is a threat now also for us to keep it in mind. And passives are also part of that social responsibility that has to be associated to the armed forces and private companies that manage these products. I have some questions. There are some interesting questions, and as you mentioned, from Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru. This is the first question. What mechanisms in the region do you know about that can allow us to execute an operation, the destruction of those remnants that are not detonated in our countries, that are assigned fields to projects of development in our countries for them to build houses, for example, for the population? I think that here we have two things that we need to take into account. The usages that are inside military fields that are active, and shooting ranges that they don't have, for example, fences. People can go there, they lift things. You see that are casualties due to that. So the armed forces within their shooting ranges should clean everything with specialized equipment in order to lift everything that has that can be a risk for the population. In the case of fields or shooting ranges that were also given back for other sectors in our projects, economic projects that are out there. Normally, as I said before, private companies should take care of that, but we need to take into account that private companies normally uses personnel for the destruction that comes from military that have a lot of experience, and also the private sector has to generate a certain documents so that in order to say that everything has been done correctly, and not just a system without having any type of documentation. Documentation it has to be detailed, and the reference terms have to be very demanding as well. We don't have much time, so we go to the topic of ammonium nitrate. There's a very interesting question. They have a legitimate use for agriculture. So how can this be regulated without affecting those that are using this legally, understanding that many times this is part of different types of donations that the armed forces receive for the destruction of their own explosives? Yes, this is very interesting and complex as well. What we should take into account first is that ammonium nitrate, as such, is not explosive, but when you combine it, or when you have taken it, or the police has taken it and seized, and it was prepared as ammo, then yes, it is an explosive. We have to take into account that if we don't manage it correctly, we don't store it correctly, if the warehouses, they don't have systems against the fires or capacities to keep it clean, then yes, they should be concerned. Armed forces should be concerned when their warehouses are not properly stored for them. For private companies, normally, I think in many cases for entities that need to control this, there's a lack of knowledge regarding ammonium nitrate, as we have seen in this picture from Mexico, where the fire department were watching a fire from a ammonium nitrate tank without knowing that it could explode. So here we see that something of experience and knowledge that should be applied in both cases. Thank you. And lastly, do you know any type of mechanism in the region due to your international experience on the proper use of this ammonium nitrate and to control it, how to allow it to enter the country, your experience as to how we can say to our people? In my experience, I've found that there are, for example, gaps, legal gaps. In many cases, they don't take into account that ammonium nitrate in fertilizers also explodes, as well as technical ammonium nitrate. And there is where we have the risk. In the case of my country, for example, sadly, ammonium nitrate in fertilizers is inform the regulating entity, but then it goes to the hand of the agriculture department or sector, and we lose control. But from the technical point of view, that is useful to manufacture gels or low value explosives for mining, for example, it is controlled. But in both cases, we can have explosions, and what we can standardize is the type of control for fertilizers, for its storage, as well as for the technical level. In other countries, we take the name and we register it up to who buys it or who sells it. They need to give that information. If they see something that is suspicious, for example, they have to inform the police regarding that. So that is why we say that a norm should be homologated and the states should sit and see what would be the best norms to improve this control. Thank you, and I am so sorry. We know we have a lot of questions, but we don't have much time, and we need to listen to our next presentation. This will be a new topic for the IDB. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to the IDB. So let's continue with the development of these presentations. The seventh one is given by the representatives of agents in Brazil. They will do this together. The Colonel of Brazil, Foro Teixeira Jr., a special counselor of the Directorate of Control Products, Las Negras, and he has a specialization in military intelligence. During its trajectory, he has worked in command and intelligence and strategic advisory in the military, the Ministry of Defense. It's his experience in the fiscalization of control products in activities linked to the defense. Also, current Lieutenant Colonel Charles Paulo Araujo de Almeida, Lieutenant Colonel of the Army in Brazil, officer in military operations, and specialist in management of projects. In its career, he has worked in the borders, in the jungle and mountains, as well as entities of employment in the inland activities. He's attaché in the operations of the land operations in the military, also international experience in peace operations, in activities, professional activities in Haiti, China, Canada, and the US. They will present the topic on the command of the Brazilian Armed Forces in the illicit trafficking of firearms and ammo. You have the floor. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, all the organization of this event, which is very relevant. Good afternoon to all the audience here. The military in Brazil acts in preventing the illicit part of firearms, ammo, and explosives, and considering Brazil controlled products. This is the first part that I will present within the logistic command of the Brazilian Armed Forces. Colonel Charles will present the repressive activities of the Brazilian Army regarding trafficking, illicit trafficking of firearms and ammo. So within my presentation, I will follow this guideline. The structure of the fiscalization system, the methodology of the fiscalization of controlled products. I will talk about the destruction of armed forces. I will talk about Gendarme, the commission that combats explosives, and a brief conclusion. This is how I will start my presentation, talking about controlled products, the inspection of regulation of controlled products within the Brazilian Army. We can see here the entities of assistance, immediate assistance, and then we can see the entities of sectoral activities, the logistic command. We can see here the logistic command within its structure we have the cabinet, the logistic command. This we have the chiefs here, the logistics center, and also has different military organizations directly under them. The Directorate of the Enforcement of Controlled Substances or Products that I am part of. The system has a colloque as central entity, the regulation of controlled products as superintendent entities, and that is throughout the national territory. We have two that have the regional control of the controlled product. So in this case, for our presentation, when I talk about a controlled product, we will focus on firearms, explosives, and ammo. We see also all the regulation system of controlled products divided by in all the country as something very important. We have 12 military regions. Within that structure, we have approximately 1,800 officers involved with the regulation of controlled products. Within these two military regions, we have approximately 200 military organizations linked here to these military regions in order to work together in the regulation of controlled products. Indirectly, the armed forces, in the case of the Brazilian army, employ 8,000 men in the regulation operations throughout the territory. So when having a system that is identified on controlled products, I will talk about the methodology of the fiscalization or regulation system. We can identify then a legislation which is pertinent. We have the Carta Magna of the country that allows us and gives us support, a specific law, Law 10826, and we also have decree or Law 10030, talking about federal constitution in its Article 21. We can see that it competes with the union inside their numeral 6 to authorize and regulate the production and commerce of controlled products. In its Article 24 of Law 10826 from December 22nd, 2003, we have to say that it has to do the responsibility of the to the command of the army to authorize and regulate the production, export, import, disembarking, and trading of armed forces and all controlled products. We can understand that ammo and explosives are included here in Article 6 of Decree 10030 back in 2019. We have the confirmation of the law saying that the armed forces has to regulate, authorize, and rule the exercise the activities that is related to the controlled product of the army. We can see here that there's the matrix that manufacturing, trading, export, and import as to what the law just said before. And Article 1st of the 10003 decree that institutes the system of regulation of controlled product in charge of the Brazilian army. Here we have to regulate, authorize, and what is a controlled product? We have a legal definition for this to see what is a controlled product. In its second article, in Decree 10030, which is used to regulate controlled products, we have that the controlled product is the product of interest, a military interest, or that it presents destructive power, property that can cause harm to people or to the legacy, and restriction of use due to public risk. We can also see here in this slide examples of controlled products by the Army, some chemical products, ammo, explosives, firearms, cars. We will talk about the power of the administrative police in the Army due to Law 5172. Within this law and within the police power, we make the preventive part, which is regulate and authorize everything that has to do to the controlled product, and the repressive part, which is administrative sanctions when it is necessary. So within these three steps, we will focus on the repressive part in collaboration to repression, controlling the illegal activity of the controlled product, the firearm, explosive, or ammo. Initially, could logistic command, the central entity, the enforcement of controlled products, superintendency, they make every year planning guidelines for the regulation of controlled products. These guidelines are given to the military commands of the area and to the military regions that are located throughout the territory, as we have seen before. They make a regional plan on the enforcement based on the central government, the central guidelines of the government. And with that, they execute with their military organizations, maybe 200 organizations that are part of the military that are present in the national territory with the execution of the enforcement of controlled products. So besides the Brazilian Army, Decree 10030, it talks about the enforcement of controlled products. We have public entities, the federal entities, the IRS in Metro, and similar services, all of them with synergy for the enforcement of them. We will talk about enforcement activities of controlled products. Synergy is the word that we use because police power, that the actions of the army with its irregularities in their legal activities joins the police power in the judicial sector to effectively act within the control of what is legal. I'm talking about firearms, explosions, and ammo. We can see in the next slide some of the actions that the Brazilian army does with the enforcement activities of controlled products throughout the national territory. Our actions is totally aligned with the enforced norms. The ammonium nitrate part has been discussed before by Colonel Pedu. We have a very close control here on the distribution, production of fertilizers, and a very rigorous control on ammonium nitrate. We can see here in this slide some relevant information. We have that back in 2025, there were 129 military operations on controlled products, 2,856 actions, 7 arrests executed by the police in synergy with us. Interdictions to those commercial establishments due to the lack of alignment to or compliance to the norms. effectives used was 10,185 men, military, and public organizations approximately 1,024.
Now let's talk about the distribution of firearms and ammunitions. This action from the Army is based on this operation of destruction of arms and ammunitions by the Logistical Central Command. We are in line what we had mentioned before. These are weapons that were seized and they are no longer used. So there's no need of them. So as part of the penal process, they are given to the army for their destruction. We also have the disarmament campaign as the Article 31 of Article 25 of the Law 10.826. The complete destruction of the weapons is done. Here we have also some examples of the operations of these activities for the destruction of the weapons who were delivered willingly or who went through a penal process for their destruction. Here we have pictures of the activities in all of the national territory of Brazil. This is an effort of the army for the destruction of these weapons that are no longer used within the legal framework. I'm going to show you also in 2025, you can observe here that we had 90,946 arms destroyed, which were seized or delivered willingly in these disarmament campaigns. Also, we have the destruction of 474,000 ammunitions. And then we also have firearms. Oh, one correction. So we received 90,000 and we have destroyed 82,000. So then we just have to destroy the difference. It's still pending to be destroyed. So up there we have the number of what we received and we have destroyed 82,000. So I still don't have the updated information, but I'm sure that we will be receiving the information that we're probably closing in on this number in 2026. Also, I want to also talk about the network for arms trafficking and ammunitions and explosives by the Public Security Ministry and also the Finance Ministry of Brazil. We have this network, international network of arms and ammunitions. And the logistical command is present with some specific actions, among which we can observe the operations of intelligence, integrated operations, institutional cooperation, and the production of qualified knowledge on this registry of arms. And the conclusion is I want to thank once again for this invitation to participate in this seminar. And I will give the floor to Colonel Charles on this combat against illicit arms trafficking. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm going to begin with the words by thanking the civilian and military authorities and the rest of the participants in this seminar. And I want to highlight this presentation. This is a very important topic for our region. So the topic that I'm going to be presenting today are the actions at the border as an acting vector of the Brazilian army against the illicit trafficking of arms and ammunition. I just want to give a disclaimer. We're going to deal with actions in the border, and any of the countries who are in the border, there's no need to make responsible any countries that I'm going to be mentioning. This is just a mutual understanding. This is illicit trafficking of weapons. And there's the border, and it needs a transnational coordination. So in order to get to the objective, we're going to continue with this agenda so that we can guide our ideas. So first we will have the introduction, the legal basis on the actions of the Brazilian army in the border, the state initiative called PPIF for a specific program of the state, which deals with an integrated response and in the part of the border, and then we're going to move on to the actions of the armed forces, the integrated armed forces in the border. And finally, we're going to talk about a study case about a specific operation in Vale do Rio Javari in the border between Brazil and Peru. And then a brief conclusion in order to provide some key conclusions and key ideas so that you can reflect on this topic. So we begin with our presentation with this border area, and I have to mention the size of the challenge that we have to monitor and take care of a border of the border of Brazil. As you can see here on the map, on the right side, you have the Brazilian territory. We have a borderline of almost 16,885 kilometers along that border. We have 10 countries, and we have 588 municipalities integrated on both sides of the border. You can see here the image on the lower part. We have here the comparison of that borderline with other countries. It is a very significant size. You can see here a reference of the size of our challenge here. For example, France has 6 neighboring countries. And so we have 4 times almost the territory of France in as far as the borderline respects. So this is the square kilometers line. This was determined in Brazil. So we have this border area, which is established as a strategic national security area. The size of this area and also the complexity act in this border area. We have this wideness of the area and also the geographical characteristics along this borderline. In the south, in Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay, we have biomes, social ecosystems, and psychosocial ecosystems that are very different to the ones that we have in the north, the ones that we have with the French Guiana, with Suriname, and Guyana. And it is very different what we have in the west with the countries Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia, for example. So in a practical point of view, And I want to call your attention to this point, the coordination among the countries. So we have 10 countries. So for operation that involve coordinations among the countries, it requires a bilateral agreement. You need a signature at a political level, a memorandum of understanding. We have also a coordination at the strategic level. It is a complexity that is very enormous in this area due to all of these factors that I've already mentioned. Now, I want to mention that my idea with this presentation is to approach the approach that we have in the political level and also in the legislation level, judicial level, over which the armed forces operate. So in the legal basis, I have already mentioned the Constitution of 1999 when the borderline was established. So based on this Constitution, we've had several legal instruments that were designated and which assign responsibilities. So the first thing that I want to address is this law of 1999, which establishes that the armed forces are acting preventively in the border area as temporary episodes and not established as a temporary thing, but as a permanent presence. Then in 2004, the complementary law 117 widens this scope of the acting of the armed forces and consolidates the performance of the Brazilian army in a permanent way, which is different from other norms. For example, the guarantee of law and order, which demands a periodic acting due to security situations that cannot be solved. But this law, complementary law 117, establishes this continuity and permanence of the actions of the armed forces. And in 2010, the complementary law 136 was approved, and this grants the armed forces the power of permanent policing this border area. So all of the terrestrial
independente de ter ali a presença de órgão de segurança pública, de uma força de segurança estadual, que anteriormente era quem detinha o privilégio do poder de polícia judiciária.
Has the prerogative. Security forces there independently of that. It is different to what we had before. And our intention is to highlight this integrated border protection program, which completes with this legal structure and political structure, so that we can explain the structure through which we are acting, which is a forum of coordination and information sharing among all of the security units in this border area. I'm going to provide some details right now on the Integrated Protection Program. This is an initiative of the state, and it has a very relevant impact. And it looks to institutionalize and formalize something that was done informally and not institutionalized among the organs and the agencies that act in the border. The program of border protection is a state initiative, which is headed by an organ ministerial organ,
que é vinculado direto à presidência da República,
and it is
e esse
linked
aí, ele tem
directly to the presidency of the republic.
de, nesse programa, que é de certa forma fórum de
This
coordenação,
EPIF,
mas
so
não de
this
comando e
program
controle,
of
integrar todos
coordination,
esses
but
órgãos de forma
not
a ampliar a
so we try
eficiência
to
e a
integrate all of
eficácia
the
da atuação
organs
na faixa de
to widen
fronteira,
the efficiency and efficacy in the border
permitindo
area.
ou propiciando
And this
alinhamento político
allows
estratégico do MD, do Ministério da
to
Defesa,
provide
com diversas instituições
a
federais,
strategic
governos
point of view
que possuem
in
guarda
the
de fronteira, no
defense
sistema
basis of
brasileiro
the
de
country
inteligência, como eu falei, de modo
in the border
a
area,
melhorar a atuação
as
do
we have
Estado nessa área.
explained,
Então,
to
como uma ideia
improve the
conclusiva do programa
performance of the state in that
que nós
area.
chamamos, né,
As a
o grande
conclusion
ganho
of
que se
this
teve
program,
com a aprovação e a implementação desse plano foi que ele institucionalizou algo que era feito antes de forma
so
episódica,
this
respondendo
was
a situações específicas, a crises específicas na fronteira,
something that
ele
was
coloca uma atuação
institutionalized,
permanente,
and before it was something
coordenada e
just
integrada
temporary
dos
and
órgãos
periodical.
em
And right now we
prol
have
do
created
combate
this
aos ilícitos.
acting, which is permanent, and an integrated acting of all of these organs
Muito bem.
in favor against the
Falando, então,
trafficking
de
of
ações na faixa de
illegal
fronteira e, em continuidade,
weapons and arms in this area. So talking about the border area and providing this continuity of this narrative, so this approach from above to going down. So we established the legal framework in the border area and this program at a strategic state level, which involves the coordination of all these agencies. And now we're going to move on to these specific actions in the border area. So before talking about the critical areas and the critical routes that are monitored and the flows, I want to highlight the complementary aspect and these actions in the border area, considering the performance that the Brazilian army which compared to what was already addressed before. So they work complementary whenever there's actions within the national territory, and therefore we ensure with the compliance with the laws and the norms for the control and flows of arms and ammunition in a licit manner in the land area, in this border area, is looking to put brakes on that flow throughout the national territory. And this, in this context, we want to seize this flow of arms and drugs, specifically, and this is what is being presented here in this. This is the border area, this is the border line. It is very sensitive and is very highly vulnerable. So then we have situations occurring in different areas. There's two routes, specific routes for the national territory that were identified, and which allow to have put an effort from the state to stop this trafficking. So this, we have here, this route here in the North Arc, and which is the route called Solimões. This is the illicit flow outside of Brazil, and we have the Caipira route here in the south area, southeast area of the country. Here we can see in detail where there's a bigger flow of arms moving to the area of the Iguaçu waterfalls and comes into our territory. And there's also a very relevant flow in the central west region. So this part here of the border of Peru, Bolivia, and Brazil, and part of Paraguay. Here we have also a flow in this image. We see the two main routes which bring this flow. through the Brazilian state. To see how the Brazilian army is executing these actions in the border, which we have designated as Agatha operations. So we have 3 levels in the army. We have this classification. This is a non-doctrinary classification. It is not a closed classification. This is just how we conceive and develop the operations. They are conceived and planned and developed, and I'm going to show you in the following slides. So in the level 1, we have here the actions that are carried out by the groups that work along the border, particularly in the Amazonian area, in the state of Amapá, up to here, up to the state of Rondônia. Those military commands and the military command of the Roraima, the Amazon, and Rondônia. There's other platoons, border platoons in the south, in Mato Grosso, and they are not shown here in the image. They are carrying out actions, routine actions, independently of the formal operations, and those actions, those operations are the Agatha operations level 1, which are executed by the groups in the border. Then the level 2 operations, Agatha, they have a reinforcement of the brigades that are deployed around the border. There's 12 in total, from Macapá up to the south of Brazil. The operations are planned by the brigades, and they are executed not just by the border platoons, but also by all of the means that the brigades have for reinforcing these primary actions that the border platoons have carried out at their level. Then we have the level 3 operations, which are the joint operations at a higher level. They are being coordinated by the joint staff of the Brazilian Armed Forces by the Ministry of Defense. So for this level 3 operations, we have the joint operations and the forces. There's a combination between the means of operations and the geography of the place where the operation is going to be carried out. This is an operation that allows an integration among the 3 forces and also an integration between the agencies at a higher level by sharing intelligence information, surveillance, which is more robust, and it also allows to take advantage of all the high-level resources of the armed forces. For example, special operations resources, cyber war, electronic war, drones, this logistical support, which is more robust than what the army would usually have just on its own. Also, the Air Force is involved, and these are operations where we coordinate bilaterally in order to do mirror operations, which is operations on both sides of the border at the same time. So these are more robust operations.
Os resultados de 2025 das operações Ágata, né? Eu quero destacar aqui a quantidade de drogas, né, apreendida ao longo do ano passado.
With a bigger amount of means, and it has a lot more amount of drugs that were seized throughout the year, 72 tons of drugs, 93 boats And even if it looks like a very small amount of arms, 41, in this combating against illegal trafficking, the actions that we carry out these are a network actions, because of course the illicit organizations are also acting as a network. So the amount of weapons is small, but there is this actions for dissuading. So they impede immediately and effectively the trafficking of arms and munitions. So I want to highlight here that the total of so there was a little bit more than 633.8 million reais, the local currency. And the total cost of the operations is of 3.2 millions. So the state is spending 3.2 millions, and it is a benefit cost. The benefit, of course, this is a very fast calculation, but this is the damage that's cost is of 633.8 million, and then what is invested on the operation. So as compared to the damage that we could have, there's a benefit there. So going towards the end of this presentation, I want to explain to you a study case. This is something that occurred in May in the AGA, which represents very well the efficacy from when we have an alignment of
chegando até o nível tático, né, de uma forma integrada com as Forças Armadas, as agências e instituições envolvidas no combate e principalmente
levels of action of the state. When I was mentioning that we have
o que normalmente acontece quando a gente tem uma operação com uma atuação isolada apenas do país é que o ilícito foge, né?
This means
E aumentar o volume de ações.
The criminals, they flee to the other side of the border. So to increase the number of operations, mirror operations, also increases the efficacy of the actions, and this makes it feasible. So the operation that occurred here in the Valley of Rio Javari had the participation of different organs of the Brazilian state, and we had also the participation of the armed forces and the security forces of Peru. In this specific operation, this was just a single operation. We had the arrest of 14 tons of skunk and Fusis gallil, so 1.5 tons of liquid cocaine, almost 200 millions of financial damage of reais as far as the trafficking network goes. So the operation lasted for a period of 20 days, almost 20 days, and the operation with all of its actions generated a damage of a bit more than 1.2 billion reais, which in dollars would be around $250 million in damage caused to the illicit organizations in 20 days of repressive actions. So I want to highlight with this case the efficacy that we have here with this model of acting, with the Brazilian model, where we have a norm that assigns to the armed forces. They are being assigned to the borders with all of the organs and agencies involved in the border, and particularly highlighting this possibility of cooperation, transnational and international cooperation, as a study case, a successful case, which guarantees the efficacy in these border actions. So in order to finalize as a conclusion, I want to leave you with these 4 conclusions: the relevance of these acts in the border. This is a point that allows for more effectiveness in intercepting the flow of illicit substances and
and arms in the border in the Brazilian territory is very big and it's hard to keep control. Then the second idea is the integration against crime as a permanent public policy and continuous policy. It makes it feasible to have an integration between civilians and military with different agencies against transnational crime, and also the impact of the acts of the state in the borderline. This is a local situation which transcends the border area and it impacts the entire national territory. And then I want to highlight the multiplication that is created of these actions when we have cooperation. Like, for example, when we mentioned this study case, when we have this cooperation, this strategic alignment at all levels of the state with a bilateral cooperation with our neighboring countries in the region. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak here with this very distinguished audience. Thank you for your attention, and I am available with my partner if there are any questions.
Bueno, por el tiempo, en realidad agradecerles por la presentación, muy completa presentación, muy interesante.
This presentation is very interesting. We have one question from Bolivia, which I think it's very good, timely. Throughout the presentation, we have seen the articulation of the different institutions in Brazil for the control and enforcement. I have some practices on interinstitutional coordination has been more effective and can be useful for other countries in the hemisphere. That integration, that synergy that Brazil has against the illegal activities has a legal part. So we have a very big enforcement with controlled products. So that practice that is wide, the activity of combating it, since it's very effective, the action of enforcing that, we have the identification of those that are not complying with our orders under the natural procedures. So it could be illegal manufacturing, illegal company, transportation that is illegal, which is made in national territory throughout the enforcement. And now I will give the floor to Colonel Charles so that he can talk about the enforcement part and the action of the borders, how we can cooperate with that integration. The only idea that I would like to highlight actually is to reinforce what we have said in the presentation. The illegal activities in criminal organizations, they act in network, and isolated action is not that efficient. So particularly the integration with the sharing of information, intelligence, specialized reports, as we have mentioned that before, the Air Force with the logistic of the Navy, intelligence measures, public institutions, that integration is what increases the efficacy of our actions. It's the only efficient way of acting as a joint team with a problem that has been established and it has been placed as a challenge. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. It has been impeccable, and our appreciation to Brazil, to the armed forces of Brazil, for sharing that experience that will be very useful for the region. Once again, thank you very, very much. As a final part of these presentations, we will introduce the 8th presentation, by Mr. Colonel Walter Stitt, Colonel of the Special Forces in Colombia, Chief of the Analysis Center for Hemispheric Intelligence. Colonel Casmaro Castellanos is a specialist on national defense and military and aeronautical defense. He has more than 20 years of experience in security and defense, working in strategic environments and international ones. It's developed in linked areas and technical sectors, recognition, analysis of threats, risk management, and decision-making, integrating technological ideas and complex scenarios. He will introduce the topic on transnational crimes and their connection with the air illegal trafficking. General, good morning. Thank you very much, everybody that is here in this presentation on behalf of the Air Force in Colombia. We would like to show you how we are viewing the interaction of arms trafficking using a mean that is so complex. Can you tell me that you are seeing this correctly, please? This information is public. I do not have any problem with interaction. And this is the agenda. Radiography on our transnational organized crime, illicit air trafficking, the theory and conclusions. Arms trafficking is a phenomena that uses some mean, and that union between the academia and the experience is what will give us a much more important knowledge and a big one on the phenomena that is being produced. Let's talk about the X-ray of transnational organized crime. What we are seeing here is a profile of the organized crime where Colombia sadly has second place globally. On this issue of how criminal organizations will be expanding and how they will have a flow or diversify their activities in order to have an armed economic capacity and a criminal one as well. In America, in the American continent, we are the first country, and sadly, this criminality has an organization and a very important coordination at a state level in the countries. So in this context, we see some gray areas, which are the ones that we found in the countries to affect this threat. This phenomena comes with the convergence of illicit phenomena that I need mobility, and mobility, speed, and surprise. These are two factors that come from a military part that can use high mobility and could be effective in transportation of firearms, drug trafficking, etc. Additionally to this, we can see the global flows of the transnational organized crime, how we can see those flows, how they are connected, how can they move cocaine, drugs, people, etc. And now we are seeing here transnational crimes. And this issue is very important to understand it from the academic point of view. What is air illicit trafficking? This is a phenomena that is produced due to a threat to make an activity. We need to associate what are the transnational crimes first. And this is said by organizations and military organizations as well. We have identified 6 important phenomena, precursors that are necessary to produce fentanyl, marijuana, cocaine, hydrochloride. And the second one is arms, ammo, and explosives, which is the focus of the symposium, in order to see how the firearms trafficking is affecting and its implication. The third one is contraband and fraudulent documents, that is produced in a sense to falsifying documents for these flights to contraband elements or parts of a product or material that is required to finish those processes of manufacturing firearms or to produce drugs, illegal drugs. The fourth one is trafficking, migration, irregular migration, and evasion. The next one, flora, fauna, and protective species, and money laundering and corruptions. These are the criminal phenomena that is affecting us because there's a particularity in the phenomenon of illicit air trafficking, which is transnational, and it's necessary to be transnational. What is its interaction or these transnational crimes with air trafficking? We know that we have legal commercial trafficking and we have illegal trafficking as well. In general aviation, which has all of these levels, this is something very important. It could be using contraband activities and fraudulent activities to contaminate commercial vessels, the use of infrastructure to keep aircrafts or use that infrastructure. Number three, to use aircrafts of low profile that are not authorized to widen their capacities and ranges of capacities of these aircrafts. And number four, flows and rivers that are necessary for these types of aviation, because we have a problem here. And the General of the Air Force was saying this in a document he made in 2010. And he's very right that illegal trafficking, additionally to representing a problem of national security, it presents a problem of air security. A clear example are aircrafts that were coming from countries that were close to Colombia, that went through a corridor in Central America. There's an important route because we have the hub in Panama, Bogota, Miami, and in Mexico as well. And there's an interaction, an important one, of commercial aircrafts there in that is Western and Central Caribbean with the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Haiti. So legal aviation has some parameters of flight that are defined. These aircrafts, when they do these irregular patterns that are not controlled, represent an affectation and an important alarm for that commercial aviation. Imagine if they crash in the Caribbean, that would have very big consequences that will be affecting the civil population involved in any of this. The other point that we'll say vulnerabilities and state responses, it is clear that the crime of arms trafficking using aircrafts uses areas and spaces that are far away. The American continent is so big that they need an important sector, because due to that big land in the border of Colombia and Venezuela, we see that we have low traceability. There's territorial control that is dispersed. There are porous borders because our borders are extensive, and the air detection with technological means is very complex. These 4 points are very important, and those are the ones that help us to materialize this phenomena in a visible way in South America and in Central America as well. There are cases in Africa, but a situation like this cannot go through a much controlled space like the European space, for example, for our brothers in Europe that are seeing this. But this is presented here due to the lack of technological means and that limitation in the detection and control of it. So how can we respond to this with a preparation of proper intelligence analyses, georeference images, And that interaction, as the Colonel was saying, of joint actions in our cases with the other forces, the Army of Colombia, coordinated with the National Police, that will allow us to generate those capacities in order to go forward against this phenomena. That is why the second point is interagency coordination. And this is not simply with the police, but with the prosecutor's office, judges, civil authorities, and municipalities that can help us to have that control. And this is something more proportional in when generating alerts for the infrastructure, alerts for commercial issues, and series of activities that can help us in controlling this phenomena. The theory. Definitely this is happening in America, where we say that these are very important theories that I would like to highlight here. The first one, Gilman and Weber. In America, Latin America, we have a professor that was able to develop, and with a criteria of multidimensional mentality that has helped us to understand this issue. Why? Because the globalization is the capacity that organizations have to exploit the legal gaps that we have, that interactions between countries have, misguided globalization, regarding globalization into a convergence, a criminal one that is happening in our spaces. Also, cybersecurity, which is a very important element in globalization, because you can generate terrorist action or manipulation from China and affect Latin America. The other theory is the empty spaces theory that is from Colonel Ángel Gómez de Agreda, Spanish, where he talks about empty spaces regarding 3 points, basically. The first one is where the state cannot generate or make enough actions of territorial control, and that makes phenomena to go forward or to increase. This is to create a weak space. The first one is in the population, and we can see that in all the borders from the countries in Latin America and Central America. Because according to the trends, approximately 50% of the population is in urban areas, and that gives us low density in that area and in those borders. Number two, the borders, because of that low presence of people, allows others to commit crimes, and those crimes generate in these terms a pseudo control of security, a pseudo economy, and pseudo justice, because they start to take that role of the state, that they cannot go, that they cannot do that, so criminals start managing it. So the state sadly concentrate in the urban parts where they can manage the control, and not in the periphery. A very simple case, and I will use Colombia for that. A biker in Colombia needs to use their helmet. If he doesn't use a helmet, the police stops him and they give him a fine. But a police officer in Leticia, in the border, the biker, he doesn't use a helmet, because in that part of the country, they don't care. They don't respect police. Number 3 is cooperative security by Ashton Career. And they talk about how to generate an action, an exchange of intelligence, a creation of measures of trust, judicial cooperation, that will allow them to combat that phenomena. Remember that a couple of minutes ago, I told you about those spaces in gray areas. It's because they want to attack those spaces and neutralize the phenomena. And those spaces are given due to those empty spaces. And there's another theory, and this complex interdependency, which is an economic theory. And they want to say that due to the growth of globalization, there are multiple channels that can use those threat vectors. Additionally, there is no hierarchy in those actors, so they interact between them. And there is no use of military force. Why? Because he was talking about the Cold War and how symmetrically they can align with other military power. That is why the military force is lost in the way that a country with less capacity supported by other can fight another country. I will say this is something that is happening in Ukraine, for example. But when analyzing this from a globalization of criminal phenomena, definitely the non-use of the military will be given in what sense? Because as you have been seeing, the transnational crime issue is touches the topic of human rights, and our military formation is given in international law or the application of lethal force by the laws of the war. So the issue of human rights makes us go forward and adapt ourselves to new ways on which we are going to fight that threat. So in a certain sense, you can say, okay, maybe there's a bad use of the military force. Yes and no, because if we are able to adapt ourselves, we will be able to do it. A clear example will be there in our interaction with all the Latin American countries, we have seen that Air Force, they don't talk about drug trafficking or transnational crimes because they don't see that as something necessary. They talk about security, sovereignty, air defense. These are very big issues that are part of the international law, defense and sovereignty, and that is why they created the military forces. But with human rights, no. We have been doing all the mixes and trying to understand this dynamic. Why? Because if you start from Palermo, if you have an organized armed group, which is a combating group that you can attack in human rights, they thought that can be on the same side. It has some connotation that are marked in human rights and international right. And also the threat is playing there. That is why we talked about legal gaps when we were talking about a misguided globalization. So we need to adapt ourselves because those criminal organizations can affect the sovereignty of a country. And they can do that. And for this specific case, with the prosecution of high capacity weapons that will allow that affectation to go to that country or the structure of that country. So it's very, very much complicated. I would like to talk about the connection of these two theories, that we are living them. And I'm saying the Air Force in Colombia has been able to see from all the dynamic that we have seen in our operations that these theories happen. So we are going to give them a logical order in order to understand them. It is clear that when the state leaves the space empty, there is a presence of criminality, or the criminal group fills it with misguided globalization. And the states are forced to cooperate in order to combat those threats with complex interdependency. But the ones that shows the solution will be the cooperation security. And that is very important because you can go forward and take a step forward to that phenomenon. Conclusions. Definitely illegal trafficking, illicit air trafficking allows these groups, in the case of Colombia and dogs, to go there, and as we said in this presentation, to be in all the countries in Latin America. Even organized crime, transnational organized crime is happening in Spain, in Marruecos, and Spain as well. So that allows them to have movement capacity, a very important one in these military characteristics. Speed and surprise, because you can put easily cargo in a couple of hours in the border of other countries. And the surprise, how? If we don't have a proper intelligence systems that allows us to do surveillance, then they can take off and we won't detect them and we won't have the capacity to act against them. Here is a question that I'd like to ask at the end. How can we act in a framework of human rights against an aircraft that has this? And these are questions that we are facing in that complexity of that phenomenon. So with those capacities, and we have been able to see that in Colombia, that from our side has been able to have this type of weapons buried. They are manufacturing them in Texas, in the US, and they are getting them due to that interaction of Mexican cartels, Colombian cartel, GAOs in Colombia, Italian cartels that we have seen in Colombia now. So that interaction of drugs for weapons is there. And drones as well, which are drones that we have seen in Ukraine, and we are seeing them in Colombia too, which is it's just an asymmetric capacity. It's very difficult to combat because we don't know the direct action or how to intercept them. It has to be directly to the person or the drone to deactivate it in a proper way with C5 explosives, C4, I'm sorry, C4, which is very dangerous. As armed forces, we have developed a strategy that is called SUS, that wants to, with the support of all the countries that are part of Central America, South America, the Greater Antilles, to have this great library of information. And if you check the information of the corporational security issues, this will be an operational concept that is conceptualized in cooperation security, and that will give us a construction of the countries, and that has allowed us to have very good results. Decrease on aircrafts in the Central American corridor to Belize and Mexico has been very important. We have generated a global effect to other countries that are affecting borders like Venezuela, Brazil, and that phenomena is still developing because sadly the production of hydrochloride is still happening, and also we are receiving weapons to this country through these illegal aircrafts. Definitely, we need to generate a superiority of the information in order to combat this phenomena. The question here is how can we support it? Or from the Inter-American Defense Board, how can we combat this phenomena with training, understanding the doctrine and understanding the academia, understanding the theories, so that we can all speak the same language. And when we talk about corporational security, we can say or think that this is not an action on my sovereignty, is how we can cooperate in order to do this. A clear example is, I see this something as a joint theory. And since security cooperation attacks the areas where they don't have jurisdiction, what happens here. We need to have a construction of trust that will allow me with my aircraft to get in your airspace and to give you the target, or you can give me a space, some piece of your airspace without violating sovereignty, and to combat in that gray area that phenomena. This is very important. In the Inter-American Defense Board has the capacity, people and expertise to help us expand these policies. And to wrap things up here, how can armed forces can do this or combat this in the DH framework or human rights framework? If this were to be under the framework of humanitarian human rights, this is something that is not confirmed. What does the Air Force must do to go forward and to neutralize that if this has an activity that is very much hostile in our airspace? Or we frame it in human rights. The issue on illicit trafficking, since we are under the theory of operational security, we are managing that in human rights. We do the procedures of identification, we give them to the officers, and we have achieved very important operations in order to neutralize all of that infrastructure that is being used, the small aircrafts that were bought in the US, Mexico, Central America, Europe, that are brought here to do that trafficking of cocaine and hydrochloride. So definitely, illegal trafficking or the use of aircrafts, illegal use of aircrafts has become an habilitator because it allows those unstable phenomena to get firearms, traffic people, human trafficking, traffic, cocaine and hydrochloride, money laundering. We go back to their surprise and speed are very complex, and only advanced intelligence, coordinated job, a joint effort, combined multinational one will allow us to combat this phenomenon.
And unfortunately, if the consequences of an activity, a bigger activity of interaction, globalized interaction from the countries will allow that this has more channels of communications for these foreign organizations. Therefore, the arms trafficking will be very complex to combat. So we would have to talk about how the manufacturers of weapons register and how their regulations, because it is becoming a problem for the national security, for the security of the people, and also regional security. We don't have anything else. In case anybody has any questions, I'm available. Thank you very much. This is a very impeccable presentation. You have provided information and on the use of routes and air routes also, and that facilitate criminal activities. Colombia, so in Colombia. So with this presentation, you have basically addressed all of the theoretical part, and I'm going to try to focus all the different questions because we don't have enough time, but I think that to offer this information gives all of the rest of the countries a bigger understanding. This effect that you're mentioning is very important. And also, this is a handing over of threats to other countries, since we are so close and our borders are still weak and the mechanisms of cooperation are still in the process of strengthening themselves. So in that sense, I think that the presentation of today allows us to understand more clearly the challenges of the country. So one question, what do you consider as basic to strengthen cooperation? What would you think
You even showed us that and you showed us that gray area. So how can we address this as countries? How can we provide a bigger cooperation response when facing these threats linked to the illicit trafficking of weapons? I would say the following effectively in this problem, where all of us are in this problem, from Canada up to the Patagonia in Argentina. And allow me to be blunt, because also Spain, Portugal, and these are the modern nations where we have this incidents as well. So we are handling different mechanisms of cooperation in terms of intelligence bilaterally, and we're talking with different countries, Mexico, Italy, South Korea. We're exchanging information of intelligence with them in the framework of specific procedures. This is the first step because we have to build trust first. The second step, and I think that it is a good practice that the United States is cooperating. This goes for everyone. I'm talking not just in political topics, but military topics. They integrate and they allow for the obtaining of information and the exchange of information through secure means, and this helps a lot. This helps a lot. So Gerald South with the South Command in this topic of illegal trafficking does a very important work because it affects them and it affects us. Sometimes we have this phenomenon that there's just cocaine going out to the United States, but we don't know that it is also the money laundering, the dollars, Latin America. So this is a double-sided situation, and we are generating impact there. I think that as Air Force, we are working hand in hand and supporting Gerald South, and we're achieving results. So the method does work. I hope that we can expand it to the rest of the countries in Latin America. We have a green, blue, and red focused on Central America and the Pacific and the Amazon. But this is not an action of intervention. This is a cooperation action. This is an operation of security. So we have to give a little bit of ourselves to combat this problem because we all have, for example, we have the Ecuadorian gangs, the Peruvian families, the commands in Brazil. We have our own structures. Also, the Honduran brothers were talking about these gangs. Also, we have the Mexico cartels, New Generation, Sinaloa. We have to combat them, and this is the way to combat them. Of course, just to finish, the aerial topic is not as big as the maritime topic, but it does generate, it is a means that might generate certain levels of tension of results for us and also for them, because they can move their arms and they can win. So in profitability, you earn more with a ship than with a boat, with an aircraft, sorry, than with a boat. General has a very clear example. You can put 2,000 kilos of cocaine. You have them in 8 hours in New York if you pass all the controls. Now put it on a boat and you need more days, maybe 20, 15 days while it arrives to the border and then it passes. So the aircraft topic is very dangerous. And this is, we need to put a priority on this. And we want to show all of our brothers, because we're all brothers here, that this is a phenomena that we need to attack. And we're willing to cooperate, to work, to interact, to be able to combat this phenomena. Very kind, Colonel Walter Camargo. Much for your very distinguished presentation. And I just want to add, I think that we all are leaving with new tools, the mechanisms that we have in the region, and important points such as prevention, cooperation, guidelines. And in this way, we finish this
conference for the combating of illicit arms and weapon trafficking and munition trafficking. This has all allowed us to have a good exchange, good experiences, good practices that contribute to the strengthening of hemisphere cooperation towards a common threat. We thank the IADB, Renato Salgado, General Cesar Macedo, Colonel Ribanco, all of the team of the IADB that has allowed to develop this seminar in the benefit of everyone, to each of the presenters and to our distinguished
para fortalecer los esfuerzos nacionales y mecanismos de cooperación en temas de gestión de armas y municiones. Para brindar las
the
palabras
national mechanisms and cooperation mechanisms in the topic of arms and ammunition. So for the final words,
de la Junta Interamericana de Defensa. Coronel Vivanco, tiene usted el uso de la palabra.
we
Muchas gracias, mi general.
invite
Bueno,
Colonel
señoras y señores,
Vivanco.
distinguidos
You may have the
participantes,
floor. Thank you very much, General.
e invitados,
Ladies and
buenas
gentlemen,
tardes
distinguished
nuevamente.
participants, presenters,
A lo
and
largo de
guests,
esta jornada,
good afternoon again.
hemos tenido la
Along
oportunidad
this
de
day,
conocer
we've had the
valiosas
opportunity of
experiencias,
getting to
enfoques
know very
y buenas
valuable
prácticas
experiences,
relacionadas
approaches,
con
and
los
good
desafíos que
practices
enfrentan
related to the
estados para poder
challenges that
prevenir
the
y
states
combatir
are
el tráfico
facing to
ilícito de armas
prevent
y
and
munición,
combat the illicit
así
trafficking
como
of arms
fortalecer
and munitions,
mecanismos de
as well as
cooperación
strengthening the
internacional
mechanisms
frente
of
a estas
international
amenazas que
cooperation
afectan la
when
seguridad y
facing
estabilidad
these
de nuestros
threats that
países.
affect the security of our
En nombre de la Junta
countries. In the
Interamericana de
name of
Defensa,
the
deseo expresar
IADB,
nuestro
I wish to
agradecimiento a los
express our
especialistas
thanks to
de
all
las
these
organizaciones
specialists from
internacionales,
the international
así como a los
organizations,
expertos de
as
Brasil,
well as the experts from
Colombia,
Brazil,
España,
Colombia, Spain,
Honduras y Perú,
Honduras, and
por su
Peru,
valiosa contribución al
for your
éxito de este
valuable
seminario.
contribution to the success of
Las
this seminar.
presentaciones realizadas
The
han puesto de
presentations
manifiesto la importancia de
have
fortalecer las
allowed us to
capacidades
see the
institucionales
importance
y
of
mecanismos de
strengthening the
coordinación entre los
institutional
estados,
capabilities and the
que
mechanisms of
permitan
coordination
enfrentar de
among the
manera
states that
eficaz
allow
los
to
desafíos
face
asociados
the
al
challenges
tráfico ilícito de
associated to
armas
the
y
illicit
municiones y
trafficking of
otros
arms and
riesgos
munitions
conexos que
and
afectan la seguridad
other
nacional.
risks that affect the
La
hemisphere
Junta
security.
Interamericana de Defensa
The
reafirma su
IADB
compromiso de
reaffirms
continuar
its
promoviendo
commitment
espacios
of
de
continue to
diálogo,
promote the
cooperación
spaces of
e
dialogue,
intercambio de
cooperation, and
conocimiento que
exchange of
contribuyan al
knowledge that
fortalecimiento de la
contribute the
confianza mutua
strengthening of
y de las
mutual trust
capacidades institucionales de
and the
nuestros Estados
institutional
miembros
capabilities of our
frente a
member
los
states
desafíos comunes
when
del
facing
hemisferio.
the common challenges in the
Con estas
hemisphere.
palabras, a nombre
With
del
these
señor general
words,
de
in the
división
name
del
of the
Ejército de
General
Brasil,
Division of the
Reinaldo
Army of
Salgado
Brazil,
Beato,
Reinaldo Salgado
director
Beato,
general de la Secretaría de la
General
Junta Interamericana
Director
de
of the
Defensa,
Secretary of the
damos por
IADB,
clausurado el seminario
we
sobre
close the
tráfico
seminar
ilícito de
on
armas y
illicit
municiones
trafficking of arms
2026,
and ammunitions of
con la firme
2026
convicción de que los
with the
conocimientos y
strong
experiencias
conviction that
compartidas
all of the knowledge and
contribuirán
experiences
al
shared will
fortalecimiento de la
contribute to the
cooperación,
strengthening
la
of
confianza mutua y la
cooperation,
seguridad.
mutual trust, and security.
Asimismo, los invitamos
Also, we
a
invite
suscribirse a
you
nuestras plataformas
to
digitales y redes
sign
institucionales
up for
para
our
seguir las
newsletters and
actividades,
institutional social
iniciativas
networks to
y eventos
follow on our
académicos de la Junta
publications and
Interamericana de
activities
Defensa.
of
Muchas gracias
the
y muy
IADB.
buenas
Thank you
tardes
very
con
much
todos.
and have a good afternoon, everyone.